Would you please lead us? Pledge.
Or do I?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The next item is approval of the agenda as published. Is there any discussion? May I have a motion, please?
I move for the approval of the agenda as
So-
published.
Thank you. That's a proper motion.
I second that.
Thank you. Any objection to the agenda? I think that is approved. Next item is the consent agenda. Can I have a motion, please? Or any comments? Board Member McClellan.
I'll wait for a motion.
I'll move. Consent agenda?
You move to approve the, is that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Board Member McClellan.
Yes, I'd like to remove item 5.06 from the agenda, the
Thank you.
consent agenda.
Okay.
I second that.
Thank you. Do you want to try to take that up today, folks, or at the end of the day tomorrow, which is what we often do? Any thoughts?
End of the day tomorrow's fine with me.
Board Member Durham?
Well, I think we could dispose of it today.
I prefer to dispose of it today.
Okay. End of the day? Sure.
I
All
take
right.
back what I said.
Agreed? Folks?
Well, it's, I don't see any reason why we can't have it keep its place on the calendar and deal with it when we're done with the consent agenda.
Oh, okay. So any other items that you want pulled? All right, so could I now have a motion, please, to approve the agenda as amended?
Do so.
Thank you. Board Member Flores, second?
Second.
Thank you. Any opposition? All right. That motion passes unanimously. Do you want to take that up right now, Mr. Durham? Or
It's
Board
not
Member McLeod?
not my issue.
Board Member McLeod.
Sure, no problem. It has come to my attention, and I think by now each of us has received a communication from Representative Lontine. I think that the replacement plan as described by Liberty is not falling, what they're doing is not falling under the purview of 191032, because it doesn't deal with human sexuality within the context of, or healthy relationships within the context of student health. So if we're discussing mythology, for example, or cell division in biology, even puberty discussions in biology, unless they deal with sex education in the context of student health or healthy relationships, it doesn't fall under 1032. So unless they're planning on veering into the area that would fall under 1032, we don't need to act on this. So while I understand that this will not foreclose further conversation, I would move that we approve this request for waivers without the very last one, which deals with HB 191032.
So do you want to split the two? Or do
No,
you-
there's a long list of what they're asking
Right,
for.
right, but those waivers and that last item, you want to split them and have us look at them separately, is that correct?
I believe that my motion simply removes the request for a waiver as it pertains to the sex ed bill.
Okay.
That's the only one I object to. So I move that we approve everything but that last waiver request, which pertains to the sex education bill.
And I second
On the
that.
basis of if
That
they don't need it.
you can't have it both ways. You can't say what we're doing is not really sex education, but we want a waiver. Well, if you want a waiver and you're not doing something that requires it, now we need to have a conversation about what it is you're really veering into. Are you planning on talking about abstinence only, and that's why you want the waiver? In which case we have an incomplete application for a waiver, because they're not telling us what they're going to do. If all you want to do is discuss cell division and it's not in the context of student health or healthy relationships, you don't need our waiver. You only need our waiver if you're planning on marching forward and discussing abstinence only without discussing contraception. The only way you need a waiver is if you're planning on running afoul of the law. And right now, what they've described to us is not. So they don't need our waiver, and we should not act on that particular item.
Board Member Durham?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm certain that Ms. McClellan is not attempting to question the integrity of the Poudre Valley School Board, which is the entity requesting this waiver. So if you are, perhaps we want to lay that out on the table now, or are you not, or are you questioning the integrity of the board and the administration of the school?
Madam Chair, may I respond? We have had some media reports from administrators in that area talking about how the sex ed bill is hostile to abstinence. It is not. If you discuss contraception, this bill requires that you also discuss abstinence. So you cannot characterize it as being hostile to abstinence. But if you're asking whether or not there have been media reports that would put parties on notice that we should be careful in this area, given that the sensibilities there do run toward wanting to make sure that they preserve the ability to instruct abstinence in the context of student health, though that is not in the application before us today, yes, that would be the basis or part of the basis of the concern, yes. So, but my chief concern is that what they've described does not fall under the purview of the sex ed bill.
Board Member Durham?
Well, I would only observe that there have been media reports, I think in the 1930s, about a Martian invasion of New Jersey. One could only wish they'd been successful, I guess. So I hope we're not relying on the media as a purveyor of necessarily accurate information. Finally, I would say that the statute is rather inartfully drawn, and I think if I understood what you said, first of all, the replacement plan is I believe actually describes what they're doing, and so if in fact what they are doing now is acceptable, they don't need the waiver. It's not the replacement plan that would indicate they don't need a waiver. It's the fact that this replacement plan describes current practices, and they don't need a waiver from current practices. Is that correct?
I would say they don't need a waiver based on what they have placed in the application before us. And to speak to your well-taken point about the Martian invasion, I just want to say that that information came from the Capless radio program, where Mr. Schaefer was quoted saying, quote, "If you're not having sex, you're not getting pregnant, you're not going to have STDs, but that's just me." And there's more, but it's not real. Unless you're suggesting that the quotes that would cause concern were actually not made by administrators within the district. I hadn't planned on going down that rabbit hole, but I'm not going to say that nothing in their current practices runs afoul of the law. I'm not psychic. I don't know that. But I will say that what's before us in this request for a waiver does not fall under 1032.
Well, let me, so then it would be your position that if they don't teach abstinence only, which they don't, then they don't need the waiver.
I will state for, I think now it is a fourth time, what I am saying is what they have listed in their request today in writing does not run afoul of the law as far as I can see. Therefore, we should not grant a waiver where one isn't called for. Now, If what they're really saying is that they need a waiver for something else, they need to put that something else in the application, because that means we have an incomplete application because we don't know what they're talking about. If what they're talking about is what they've listed, they don't run afoul of the law, they don't need a waiver, we should not be voting on it.
Well, it would appear that, that you're not, it would appear if they don't need this waiver, then there's no reason not to approve it.
Wrong.
Just belts and suspenders.
No, that's wrong, because that then opens the door for the behaviors that aren't described here.
Right.
If you think you need a waiver because you're planning on running afoul of this law, tell us how you're going to run afoul of this law. Tell us the truth. Give us the complete application. If instead we take them at their word that this is all that this is about, what we see in writing before us today in the replacement plan, then excellent, great news. You never needed it. We shouldn't be voting on it.
If I may enter this just for a second, I don't know that we have ever suggested that when a district or a school provides a replacement plan, we don't trust you. I'm a little uncomfortable with that. I have to assume that unless there are ultimately some complaints that a replacement plan has not been adhered to in the future, that we've never questioned their motives in the replacement plan. I worry about that.
I think, Madam Chair, if I may, the strong statements concerning the desire to teach abstinence and the strong resistance already expressed to the sex ed bill are a concern. And if we grant this waiver and then what goes forward would have run afoul of the law, unlike what they've described here, to be honest, I think we then look like rubes, because what is in this application would not run afoul of the law. Therefore, I have to question, if you're telling us the truth about that, why are you asking for a waiver that your materials indicate you don't need?
So if I may, and I don't know the date of prior bills, but one of the reasons that an attempt was made to give a real clear definition in this particular law was the misunderstanding that had occurred over the years of districts applying for waivers when they did not need them because the definition was unclear. And I think there was, whether it was successful or not, but there was an attempt this time to clarify whether you need a waiver or don't need a waiver. I worry a little bit that if in fact this replacement plan indicates that there's not a requirement, that we go ahead and approve it and then give the message yet again to all the school districts that they have to apply, when in fact the intent was for them not to have to apply. But
If I may, Madam Chair, the trouble I'm having with that is that no district or school or parent is required to allow sex education to go forward for their student or students. It's not even an opt-out. You have to opt in to teach sex education. And if you do, you just can't teach abstinence only without also touching on the other issues that the bill requires, including contraception. So it's very difficult to imagine why this waiver would be requested if there was not an intent to do something other than what is described in the materials before us. Because what's described in the materials before us is not covered by the sex ed bill. So then it begs the question, then why are you asking for a waiver? And given the strong, vocal, publicized resistance to the sex ed bill, I have to imagine it leaves us open to having allowed much more than is described in the materials that are before us. And I see you shaking your head, but I think the sex ed bill isn't intended to just take our word for it. If you don't intend to run afoul of the law, tell us what it is you intend to do, rather than describing things that don't fall under the sex ed bill in the first place. Because if they don't fall under the sex ed bill in the first place, we shouldn't be voting on it.
Mr. Durham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, Ms. McClown, when you refer to rubes, I as far as I'm concerned, you're speaking for yourself. And I'd request a 5-minute recess.
Sure. Sorry, folks.
I think there's been a motion to sever the, essentially from page 16, CRS 21-128, through the bottom of page 19. Actually, the motion was to sever the last request. So the motion is to approve the motion we currently have, or the request we
No,
have.
point of clarification, it's the section that deals with the sex ed bill, so 22-1-128.
You did say the last. I mean, it isn't the last.
Then I'll correct that. It's
That's good.
section 22-1-128 that deals with comprehensive human sexuality education.
Folks, what page are you on, so we can all be on the same page?
I'm reading from,
5.
It's page 16 of the replacement plan. It's a request for a waiver, CRS 22-128.
22-1-128, comprehensive human sexuality
All right.
education.
Madam Chair, I will make a substitute, let's see. No,
That's what she did.
she's entitled to request a severance at any place where it may logically be done. So now it's been severed. You don't need a motion to sever, by the way. So now, would you like a vote on that particular severed portion?
I'd like clarification from the Director of State Board Relations to make sure that what we're voting on is what I understand I made the motion for, and it's all of the waivers except 22-1-128, comprehensive human sexuality education.
In that case, you need a motion to do that.
And I so move. Ms. Flores, do you retain your
second
second? Thank you.
Call the roll, please.
Is there further discussion then
Oh, go
with the
ahead, I'm
motion?
sorry.
I was just gonna say that it seems that when you look at the history of this bill, that the original versions did not include the opportunity for a waiver. The final version did. In non-academic matters, charter schools often apply for waivers, and it's very common for charters to apply for waivers in this case. Some schools already have a waiver on this issue, and so it seems to me that
the reason they're applying for the waiver is because of the ambiguity of the law and just the fact that it's written in a very confusing way. And when the language suggests that in interpersonal relationships and healthy relationships, if that's being addressed or touched on in the curriculum, that then the school has to kick in a comprehensive sex education plan, that's the reason they're asking for the waiver. And so you might say they don't need the waiver. They're going to continue to do what they've always done. They've been doing this approach for 20 plus years. And they're going to continue to do that if you read their replacement plan. But the point is that the reason they're asking for the waiver is because of the ambiguity of the law, general language that suggests that they might be culpable to implement this comprehensive plan, even if they're talking about interpersonal relationships and healthy relationships. And so it strikes me that the nature of the bill itself proposes that charters can apply for waivers. That's what this charter is doing. It's not out of character for it to do so, and that's why I would support it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's just do this first vote to sever, or we didn't,
Oh, I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry, we
okay.
severed, but approve the other waivers?
Okay.
Right.
And then we'll continue the other discussion. Is that okay?
Yes.
Could you call the roll, please? This is on just severing,
No, this is the approval of the
approval of the waivers other than
The
severed.
last.
the
Yeah.
severed one.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Will we have a chance to discuss this?
Yep.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
So now we get back to the waiver request for education regarding human sexuality.
Are we going to be able to discuss what we just voted on? That was my question.
Should have done it before.
Okay,
Yeah, Madam Chair.
thank you.
To frame it, I'll move the approval of the severed section CRS 21-128 and the replacement plan beginning on page 16.
Is there a second?
Second. Do you want
Do
a
I have a
second?
second?
She did. Didn't you do it?
Could you read?
Yeah, I move the approval of the waiver of the severed part.
Yes. Second.
Comments? Board Member Rankin?
Am I am I commenting on what we just voted, all the yeses, or on that point 16?
I'm gonna let you decide.
Thank you, thank you, I appreciate it. First of all, I think it's important to note local control and to note what this school has done in this state. I guess because I look at every individual school district as very different. They're made up of a different community, different parents, different students. And for whatever reason, we have never sliced and diced a waiver like we are in this case. If there was something extremely egregious for them to put this in, I might agree. But I have to agree with Board Member Shuffle that this entity stands alone locally. And unless you have a strong commitment to disagree with local control, and that we now have to go through every single waiver bit by bit and not trust that the district itself has not made their statement on what they want to do, I'm just at a loss for why this is such a strong point with some people. I would concur that we need to let this district, this extremely successful district, do what they're doing because they do it so well.
So just to clarify, this is a school, but it was approved by the district
Yes,
as well.
I'm sorry.
Okay?
Yes,
It's the school's request.
I misstated.
Can I ask legal counsel to comment on your opinion as to the necessity, based on the replacement plan, necessity of the waiver, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're putting me on the spot.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
The replacement plan certainly makes some good points about challenges and interpretation of the definition and statute of human sexuality instruction. I think that when we construe the statute reasonably consistent with the legislative declaration, it's a sex ed bill, right? And so my only concern in construing the waiver as necessary in the context of the replacement plan is, as you know, districts, for example, aren't even eligible to seek a waiver of this particular statute. And the kinds of instruction that have been discussed in the replacement plan, the portions of the science curriculum dealing with cell reproduction, or the portions of history and world history curriculum dealing with intermarriage, or whatever it may be, if those triggered the obligation to have a comprehensive sex ed curriculum under 128, then every district in the state needs a waiver. I mean, right, so I'd be loath to construe it that broadly, because I think it would suggest that anyone who didn't get the waiver was in a pickle regarding their history and science curriculum. That's a difficult place to get to. I don't know that there's harm in giving a waiver in the face of an unambiguous statute, other than that I wouldn't want this board to stake out a position that merely teaching what's been described in the replacement plan requires a waiver of this statute, because you're going to get inundated, and we have a whole host of educational entities that wouldn't even be eligible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the rub is that this statute, as many others, is perhaps not as artfully drawn as it should be. And punctuation can make a difference. And the intent, as expressed by legislators, can be helpful, but not necessarily result in a final conclusion. And so, contrary to the issue of abstinence, you can trigger this, either as a fear you can trigger this statute, although I don't believe that you can, but it's not what I want to spend a long time in court trying to define whether I could or not. If you teach about healthy relationships, and healthy relationships are defined in a very positive way, and that's a relationship where it's free of violence and intimidation and so on. I would hope that every school, every public school, is in fact teaching about healthy relationships, not only in the context of sex, but in all other contexts, that they are free of violence and free of intimidation. So, unfortunately, the drafting of this in section D2, they use the word "or," and unfortunately, included in that "or" is the teaching of healthy relationships. So, I think that's the concern. I think that no one finds anything objectionable that I can tell. No one objects to anything, including the ACLU, which I have their note here. They don't object to anything in the replacement plan. So if this decision is based strictly on bad faith, and it's going to have to be bad faith on part of the school and the district, because the district has the responsibility of monitoring this, then that's not a reason to vote against this waiver. It's just not. And I would hope that we would support the waiver. There is some chance that they don't need it, but I think, as our counsel indicated, this is a less clear area of the law than it should be. And if the legislature wishes to clarify that might be something, give them something to do in this next session. But I hope we would, not that I'm sure they won't find plenty to do, but I would hope we would approve this waiver, whether or not it is actually required, because the drafting of the statute leads to the possibility of litigation, whether or not there is bad faith, and to presume bad faith, I think, is just inappropriate. Thank you.
Well, I agree with our legal counsel that we should absolutely caution against too broad an interpretation. And I do believe that we would be inundated. If we vote to allow this, this waiver, I do think we're going to be inundated because what we will then have unwittingly unleashed or revealed is a recipe for how to open the barn door if your intent is non-compliance. Whether or not that applies to this district, no one can say, which means we should err on the side of caution given that what they have presented to us does not run afoul of the law. They're free to keep doing what they say they're doing and what they say they plan to do. So that's great news for them. They don't need a waiver. If we grant one where one is not called for, we create a recipe for inundating ourselves with those whose intent absolutely is non-compliance with the sex ed bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just state one more time, as legal counsel has indicated, the statute is unclear relative to whether or not you can teach that you ought to respect one another and avoid violence without triggering the application of the entire act. And that, I think, is the issue in the waiver.
And I would just add to that, if you ever want to have the clarity, if that really is what you're seeking, having the State Board of Education open the barn door so that it doesn't matter what schools and districts who request and are granted this waiver do with respect to the sex ed law, it will never get clarified that way. Because what you'll do is open the barn door and then they can either comply or not comply with the sex ed bill. If you really want clarity, let them go forward with what common sense tells us is not out of step with the law, and that's what's described in these materials before us. The request before us is not out of step with what is already perfectly legal in accordance with the sex ed bill. And if you need further clarification, having us say it doesn't matter what you do at all with respect to the sex ed bill is not the way to get it. If what you want to do is something you suspect runs afoul of the law, tell us what that is. But we don't have that before us. What we have before us is something that doesn't run afoul of the sex ed bill. Therefore, you don't need a waiver.
I renew my motion for the approval of the waiver.
Say that again, please.
I renew my motion for the approval of the waiver.
And there's a second. So, Counselor, given the lack of you and Mr. Durham's perception of the lack of clarity, which is why they might need a waiver, and your concern about opening barn doors, and we do that, so it won't be the first time we've opened barn door. What can we do to clarify, or do we need to go to legislature to clarify? At what point is it sex ed? At what point is it human relationships and
Madam Chair, it's,
I'm looking for a little guidance.
yeah, and it's difficult to give because, you know, minds differ a lot in my profession, just as they do among board members. I think that it would be strange to the point of breaking construction of the statute to say it's triggered by the discussion of intermarriage in history class, reproduction in science class, or, you know, relationships in the football program, right? Because the idea here is that if somebody wants to offer a sex ed curriculum, they either have to do it in a particular way or not do it at all. That's the basic premise of the statute. And that if we construe it as being triggered in all of those other circumstances, then every district in Colorado is in a conundrum. And I don't think that's a likely construction of the bill. But I neither sit on the Colorado Supreme Court, and I'm not the AG. So one option, and so my only concern is if you make a decision saying we're going to give a waiver because we think they need one, they want to do something that otherwise they couldn't do if they don't have a waiver of the statute, that's its own sort of challenge. So one option, I suppose, is your decision could be accompanied by a very short sort of narrative explaining that you're not taking a position on whether, you know, that the statute is triggered by the curricular content that was described in the application. That would certainly be one option. Whether you're granting it or denying it is unnecessary, and saying it's unnecessary because what's been described in the existing practice doesn't implicate the statute. That's an option too. So that's about the only thing I can think of that you could do that's a little more than you typically do in voting on a waiver, but it would be a short narrative that explains your reasoning.
If we were to go down that route, I would need,
This painting?
I'll wait just a second. If we were to go down that route, I would need a detailed, explicit description of exactly what we're talking about. For example, are we talking about shaming? Are we talking about anti-LGBTQ material in the lessons? And we don't have that here because all we have is something that doesn't run afoul of the sex ed law. So if we were to go down that road, I can't responsibly vote in favor of a waiver of that nature without knowing whether what we are opening ourselves up to is something that is harmful, that the legislators intended to prevent the harm of. So we don't have a complete application that would tell us just exactly how they intend to violate the sex ed bill. So I would be very uncomfortable with that. I think knowing that what we have been presented with does not run afoul of the sex ed bill certainly is enough. And I think that's great news for those who were seeking the waiver, because the great news is they don't need it. What they have described to us, if it's been written in good faith, what they've described to us does not run afoul of the sex ed bill. So we don't need to do a waiver. And there could be harm in doing so, because it would allow for that which is not described in the materials we see before us, some of which could be very harmful, as the legislators spent a great deal of time detailing. Thank you.
I agree.
Board Member Flores?
I agree. I mean, what is described here is, just not controversial at all, and doesn't run against what my idea of what the bill, was trying to say. So it's fine, but I agree with Ms. McClellan, Board Member McClellan, that they could, add to this, substitute something else to this, and so, there's no reason. And I don't think there's any reason for also the one about, there's several here, receiving money from sales of goods. What are they gonna sell?
We just approved that.
I know, but, there's, are they gonna sell candy? Are they going to sell chocolate milk to 4-year-olds, which they're not supposed to do? I don't know. It's.
A vote in favor of this waiver, let's be honest, it's a vote of no confidence in the sex ed bill. It's a vote to undermine the sex ed bill. And I don't think we need to do that, particularly given that what they've described here does not run afoul of that law. So then I have to ask, why are you asking for a waiver for activity that doesn't fall under the sex ed bill?
Board Member Sheffel?
Yeah, I would just say that I don't think we've ever questioned the integrity of a district or a school as we are doing to some extent today, and I think that we're trying to solve a problem or a perceived problem, and we're discussing it in good faith as the school and district have entered into this discussion also. If you look at the replacement plan, there's nothing in there that suggests that they're trying to skirt or circumvent something. They've been having a certain approach for 20-plus years. Their intention is to continue that. The replacement plan is laid out. There's not all kinds of ambiguity there. And this request for a waiver is merely designed to allow the district to continue to engage in the successful practices they've been engaging in without having the law triggered in a way that undermines their non-academic curriculum. And because of the ambiguity in the law, because of the way it's written, and some of the inartfulness, they're asking for a waiver, not uncommon, and I think questioning their integrity probably doesn't serve us well.
But if you,
Just a minute, please.
sorry.
Board Member Rankin?
I couldn't agree more that we seem to suddenly, in waiver areas are in search of a problem that doesn't exist. I think that's where we are with this waiver being questioned.
Board Member Durham?
Madam Chair, I would observe that, that it is not a vote of no confidence in the sex ed bill to grant a waiver, because the sex ed bill explicitly allows and contemplates the granting of waivers. The waiver requested is in no way objectionable to anyone that I can find. So there is no reason not to grant it, other than this hypothetical straw man that has now been erected about, are they really going to do what they say they're going to do in the waiver? That is an outrageous argument. And to say that we don't have any confidence in the bill because we use the portions of the bill that the legislature made available for us is a completely ridiculous statement. So I'd call the question, see if we can vote.
I have one. I mean, you know, if you look at page 17 of the examples of marriage or of contracts between, they're all between male and female. What if a contract was, or maybe not a contract, between, say, Achilles and his cousin and that relationship? So why not that relationship? And we have contracts now between male and male, female and female in marriage. But this part here is only describing heterosexual types of relationships and not any other kind of relationship as pacts in marriage and such. So, you know, that's what we're talking about.
Question-
And that describing any other healthy relationship other than
Question's been called, so
heterosexual.
make it fast, please.
You only trigger the application of the sex education bill's requirements if you are talking about human sexuality in the context of student health or healthy relationships.
Right.
Student. So they're not running afoul of the sex ed bill. So if they need a waiver, it would have to be for something not described here, in which case we don't have a complete application. And we need to know, what are you talking about? So we know what we're voting on.
Exactly.
Board Member Goff? Sorry, I think you called the question and
That's all right.
I'm
No,
ignoring
that's
it.
fine.
My apologies.
I've been ignored.
I
It's
just-
okay.
Well, I just kind of feel like,
Yeah, I think
especially
a
Board Member
little-
Goff
a
hasn't
little
had a chance.
No,
sensitivity
she's
to
been
the room would be
she's
helpful.
been very quiet.
I am going to tell you now, I will be unsure of what I am actually voting on. Because the way the motion is worded, it is to accept the waiver, to approve the waiver. I am of the circle that doesn't believe there's a necessity for a waiver, based on all the points that have been made today about the school having every liberty, no pun intended, to to determine its curriculum, to work with the community, to decide together what that should be constituted of, and I think the replacement plan presents me with a little confusion, because if that is what is already happening, perhaps there's someone who could interpret the law as saying that is education in relation to human relationships, healthy relationships. By talking through it in class and students having a chance to discuss, who's to say that does not address the human healthy relationships aspect of our lives? So I'm telling you, if I don't know whether to vote no or yes on this motion, because if it's strictly asking for an approval of the waiver, I don't think it needs a waiver. So I will just tell you, what do I do? We are not in the operation of passing. We're not in the operation of abstaining. I find this motion to be very awkward. Now, if there's a substitute motion that addresses the possibility of us seeking clarification or making some kind of a message or statement about what needs to be done to clarify this law, which I don't find unclear. I think as long as districts and schools still have the options of curriculum decisions in the broader sense, the law to me spells that out. You still have an option. You have an option to participate. You have an option to, in the charter community, set your curriculum. You have an option to consult with your community about what you want that curriculum to be. So I'm just, I don't know. If I don't vote, I don't know what that does that violates our protocols of our board operations, but I don't know what I'm gonna do here.
So I've had the same struggle to some extent. However, it's clear to me that the legislature put in the option for waivers for a reason. I worry,
Well,
as was described by council, that it's not super clear. So and the school board seemed to feel that it was not clear enough. So I'm willing to do that, but I also would like to go back across the street and say, here's what you wanted to do, it wasn't accomplished.
Spent several months on it.
well,
You did spend
maybe you
several
might all
months.
recall when the original draft of that bill stated there would be no waivers allowed, period. And I was always kind of curious through the course of last session what happened to that. And then it only got a little more confusing because it came across as being limited to charters only. And why not districts? And so then when we have the whole Poudre School District becoming involved in this, and wow, okay, well, interesting. But I think, just looking ahead perhaps a little bit, we need to vote on this motion, I suppose, unless it's withdrawn. And maybe another statement today of some kind of an intent for the next round of discussions with our legislators across the street. Perhaps we could look at it as a good step, maybe a healthy step to take in addressing waivers. You know, how does this board take up that kind of question when it is unclear and a little bit short-sighted in this legislation anyway about how we're supposed to deal with that kind of situation?
Thank you. Board Member McClellan?
In the absence of clarity with respect to the effect that our vote today might have, I would suggest that the responsible course of action would be to not grant this waiver. Granting a waiver based on materials that tell us it isn't necessary will send shockwaves. There will be a reverberation throughout the community, and I believe our legal counsel is correct that it's too broad an interpretation, and that we likely will be inundated. We will have created a recipe for getting around the sex ed bill.
Yeah.
And I cannot say that it's a responsible move to vote yes unless that's our intent, and I can tell you that's certainly not my intent. Thank you.
Mr. Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would simply observe that if you're looking for quality legislation, as I recall, this was passed on the last night of the session. And I think when Ms. Mello comes up, I'll ask her opinion generally of the quality of legislation passed on the last night of the session. Speaking from some experience, I can tell you that if they're likely to make mistakes, that's a prime time in which to do it. And this statute, as many, is inartfully drawn. And I would simply conclude by this. The way we have judged every waiver request that I remember dealing with for the last 5 years is the replacement plan adequate? No one says this replacement plan is not adequate. They say it's unnecessary, but no one says it's not adequate. And based on the fact that this is an adequate replacement plan by all views of it, from people with very different political points of view, including the ACLU that says it's adequate, if it's adequate for them and if it's adequate for someone of my political persuasion, then I have to presume it's an adequate replacement plan. And I knew I request for a vote.
Sorry. I have another question. When we grant a waiver, we can, what's the word? Ungrant? No.
Rescind.
We can rescind, thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair, you can, and the statutory standard for that is the no longer necessary standard.
Okay, which does allow us to learn a little bit more or have some help from across the street or any such thing. Right? No?
Well, it
Yes.
would take years.
Yes.
Take years? Now, who else? Okay, Rebecca.
Even the area of healthy relationships, which has been highlighted as what some feel is the most ambiguous, perhaps, I would remind my colleagues that the law only applies to discussions of healthy relationships as it pertains to sexual activity or abstinence in the context of students, not mythology. So we're not talking about healthy relationships among minotaurs. We're not talking about healthy relationships, romantic relationships involving Zeus. That's not what we're talking about. So just as a point of clarification, I hope that narrows it for everyone. So when we're talking about mythology, that's not in the context of student health or sexuality. And so I would simply renew my reminder that what we vote on here today, in the event that we grant this waiver, we are creating a recipe for running afoul of the sex ed bill, if that is the intent of any applicant. And not being psychic, we cannot know whether that is the case. But when one asks for a waiver for activity that doesn't fall under the purview of the bill, it begs the question, what actually are you planning to do with that waiver once granted? Because once it's granted, the horse is out of the barn. So I will be voting no on this waiver.
Board, Ms. Miranda, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
No.
Board Member Goff.
No.
Board Member McClellan.
No.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
It passes 4-3.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We are so far
Behind.
off schedule. I believe, Ms. Miranda, you're next.
Good morning.
Good
We're just going to
afternoon.
do a couple of reminders to everyone speak in your mic. We do have people watching. And then the wireless password is kickoff with a capital K. And then if anyone needs help with their registrations for NASB or any upcoming conferences, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, so I have had a busy several weeks, been doing a lot of traveling and a lot of school visits recently. Just started things off after the last board meeting with, I spoke at a Jobs for the Future panel with congressional staff. Jobs for the Future brings congressional staff out to states on essentially field trips to see how legislation impacts local states and communities. And so we talked about the work we're doing in work-based learning opportunities, expanding concurrent enrollment, and encouraging apprenticeships. Despite the fact that the panel started close to my bedtime, it was a good discussion. And I made note of that several times. I also visited, had a good half-day visit with the Ignacio School District, and was able to visit all of their schools. They have several best redesigned schools, and they're very, very nice, and they continue to make some improvements academically and with their student growth. And so it was really nice to spend some time with the superintendent and meet teachers across that school district. I also did the yearly tribal consultation. That's a part of our role as state governments to have consultations with other sovereign nations of both the Ute, Mountain Ute Indian tribe and the Southern Ute Indian tribe. So that was a day-long consultation, and we discussed the local districts and how they support their tribal Indian student population, but also discussed the need for adult education programs and our ongoing collaborative training series on Ute history in Colorado. Was also able to visit the mill manufacturing site with Board Member Durham and Board Member Rankin. That's a partnership between Peyton and Widefield school districts. We learned about this great sort of rigorous program that prepares students for high-tech manufacturing, wood shop, construction, and other trade jobs, and that was the second time I had been there, but I always learn more each time I go, so that was great. And then we also visited one of the sites of Goal High School in Colorado Springs, and Goal is a multi-district online alternative education school that serves over 4,000 students in our state, and they've recently had some leadership changes, and we're really seeing some great things from them, and they just improved from improvement to performance on their AEC framework, and we were able to talk with them just about the continued efforts that they're making to support students. A lot of times the students they're supporting are in need of re-engagement. They're behind in credits and need to catch up, and so so that was very interesting and good. And so with that, I'll conclude my commissioner report. Thank you.
Mr. Durham?
Yeah, Dr. Anthony, I want to express my thanks for your visiting those two schools and those two facilities in the 5th Congressional District, and I hope we can carve out a little time to talk about some of the things that we observed at Goal Academy and the fact they've improved to performance rating as a multi-district online school, which is, I think, very positive, and that their presentation was certainly worth listening to. So perhaps maybe at the end of the day we can spend a few minutes
Sure.
discuss that.
I would
Thank you.
appreciate that. Next item, report from Ms. Mello.
I guess I put my own name tag up these days. Good morning. It's
Good
nice
morning.
to see you all. It's been a little bit of a break since we've spoken in this format, and I enjoy being back with you. In light of, I'll be quick, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have. I wanted to highlight real quick the ongoing implementation work the department is doing based on the 2019 legislative session. You've heard this before, but there were over 50 or approximately 50 bills. I'm going to say approximately because that's a safer way to say it, that required some sort of action on the part of the department. That's a lot, and some of that is very large substantive amounts of work. For example, the implementation of the READ Act. That's something the department is working very hard on right now. They're engaging stakeholders who are involved in the legislation in a way that I think is really helpful to that conversation. And not everything's quite that big, but there's a variety there. And as you know, you guys have a lot more rulemakings to do this year, so there you go.
Thank you.
2 interim committees meeting that are particularly impactful on the work that you all are engaged in. The School Finance Interim Committee actually has a meeting tomorrow. They have 2 meetings after that. This is the 3rd year of their conversations. I think it remains to be seen if they can develop any consensus as to either a complete rewrite of the school finance formula or what I would call substantive tinkering. And it's just all up in the air right now, and if I knew I would tell you, but I don't. And I don't. If anyone else knows, text me. The School Safety Interim Committee is also meeting. Their next meeting is September 20th. Their last meeting is October 31st. I do want to point out that the school safety committee was intentionally created to be equally bipartisan in the sense that there are 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. I think that is a sign from leadership that they are encouraging focus on places where people can agree, where we can find consensus. There's no doubt that everybody cares about keeping our kids safe. That is not a partisan issue. So again, remains to be seen if what that particular committee will propose and how that will play out. But I think it was set up at least in a way that I found encouraging towards maybe actually, and if I had the solutions, I would tell you. I don't know what they are, but towards working towards some common ground solutions. Let me just stop there and see if there's any questions, or if you, because I could talk a little bit about what I think we might see in the next session, but I'm not sure if that's helpful for you today or not.
Hang on one second. Colleagues, questions?
I'd like to hear.
Board Member Goff?
School safety committee, are they moving toward condensing or coming to some agreement perhaps on some uniform standards or protocols or coordination? Because it sounds like, and I actually know a little bit about this, there are maybe 100 and more ways of approaching the whole thing. I'm just curious if they're appearing to work towards some kind of a plan to bring some of this together, so there's a common page operation.
Madam Chair, Board Member Goff, I think that's been a very robust part of their conversation, is that there are differences in how different schools and districts handle, all of these issues. The balance as to how appropriate that is, considering we are a local control state, versus what would be helpful. So if a teacher's changing districts, they can be clear on safety protocols from district to district. I think that's a very active conversation with the committee. I don't know where they're going to land on it, however.
Okay.
Proceed. You wanted to hear what her,
I'd like to hear what
Yep.
she
Great.
thinks
Sure.
I just wondered,
issues are going to be.
So there's 3 things I'm going to highlight for you. Every time I speak to you this time of year, I tell you that we are entering the rumor and innuendo phase of the legislative process. That's what these are, rumors and innuendos. And they're my observations based on what I'm seeing. So none of this is a guarantee. I don't have details on any of it. I don't have language on any of it. It's just my crystal ball. Some year I'll have to go back and listen to the September conversation and then see what actually happened and see how good my crystal ball is. But nonetheless, I think 3 issues I wanted to highlight. One, and I know you all were recipients of a piece of information the department put together kind of outlining all the different grant programs that the department administers and the funding for those and what those look like. There's been a lot of interest in that information from the legislative side as well. You all requested it about the same time as we had some requests from legislators. It was delivered to you first. We sent it to legislators the following day. And I have had calls from education committee members saying, can we sit down and talk about this? And we're concerned that maybe it's not the right way to make policy. And that's a broad statement. And I know that there's many people who feel strongly that grants are a great way to make policy. So I'm not trying to make a judgment on that. I'm just saying that conversation, I think, is going to happen. Second, I continue to see a lot of focus on that high school to college and career transition period, right? And to some extent, the blurring of the lines between 11th grade and 12th grade in your first year of post-secondary training and, concurrent enrollment, Ascent, all of those programs. We're going to keep talking about that. And then the final thing I would say is I think we're going to come back to some robust conversation around issues that impact our teachers, right? And some of that is Senate Bill 191, which I know we're not really supposed to refer to it that way, but I'm a legislative person, so I still refer to it that way. And are there things that need to be done? It's been in place for a number of years. Are there ways to make it better, to make it more effective, to make it easier to administer while still maintaining the goal of ensuring that we have the best teachers in our classrooms? So again, I don't have details of where that conversation will go, but I think we're going to have it. Related to that, I think will be some legislation around teacher training and teacher prep programs and how are we tying those 2 things together, right? Because if we're going to have a system that holds educators accountable, we probably want to also make sure that they're getting the training and the skills that they need to the extent we have control over that. And we don't have perfect control because not every educator in Colorado comes out of a Colorado secondary system, but that doesn't mean it's not worthy of discussion. That's it.
Dyslexia.
Dyslexia Working Group is up and running. It is on the website. I couldn't find it on the website this morning, and your staff pointed out to me it is on the website. It was my mistake, not the website's. The first meeting is coming up. I didn't write it down. I apologize. First meeting of the task force is coming up within a couple of weeks. So the task force has been named. They will start to meet, and we'll see where that work goes.
Are there any other interim committees?
You mean interim legislative committees?
Yeah.
There are lots of other interim legislative
okay.
committees this year. The only other one that I think has some connection to the work that you do here is one around college affordability. So it's not obviously a direct tie-in to the K-12 work, but there's a relationship there. The rest are energy and tax policy and, I mean, all kinds of other fun topics.
Fun stuff. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions, comments, folks?
That's good.
For those in the audience who've come to give us some public comment, we are a little bit off schedule, and we're going to be a little bit more off schedule because I'm going to call a 10-minute break. But please bear with us. We just got off to a slow start this morning. public comment. A friendly reminder that board members cannot accept public comment on quasi-judicial matters, matters such as charter school appeals, disciplinary matters, or accounting clock hearings. Each individual is limited to 3 minutes, and Ms. Marambo will let you know when your time is up. We do have a lot of people signed up, more people than we have time for. Therefore, if you're here to speak on a topic that has already been addressed, I would appreciate it if you would state your name, indicate that this has been discussed. Unless you have something additional to add, we will have noted for the record the reason of your attendance today. This will help us to allow everyone a chance to speak on various topics. Additionally, if we don't have time for everyone who signed up this morning, please come to our afternoon public comment session and speak then. We anticipate that to begin at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So the first person would be Rafael Orona.
Good morning, Chairwoman Schroeder, members of the State Board of Education. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all this morning. My name is Rafael Reyes-Rona, and I'm here on behalf of Climb Higher Colorado, an education coalition that brings together a community of trusted partners, all working to strengthen Colorado's education ecosystem. These partners include policy and advocacy organizations, community-facing organizations, and systems such as schools, charter networks, and districts. In this partnership, we aim to ensure that student, parent, and teacher voice grounds and guides our work to strengthen our state's educational ecosystem and outcomes. Our partners have named 3 priority issue areas, one of which is school quality, which brings me here today. Our focus on school quality has 2 primary elements to it. 1, that families must have access to clear, honest, and comprehensive information about how their schools are actually performing, including how those schools and districts serve student needs. And 2, that our students, as well as our systems, are held to high, consistent, and rigorous expectations. This issue in particular hits a foundational element in our organization, as Climb Higher was created in 2014 with a specific focus on ensuring all students have access to rigorous expectations that reflected our system's commitment to the possibilities within students. Since then, we have watched the state adopt higher standards and more rigorous assessments that students are held to, yet we have not seen the same shift in expectations for the systems themselves, school and districts. This is shown when 89% of schools in Colorado receive one of the top 2 ratings, performance and improvement, yet more than half of Colorado students in grades 3 through 8 do not meet grade level expectations in reading, writing, or math on the state test they took this past spring. And just 26 out of the 178 Colorado districts have more than half of their 3rd graders reading at grade level. Over the last couple of years, we have seen the number of schools and districts move up in ratings. It is incumbent upon the state to make the difficult decision that requires ongoing recalibration in order to ensure that we do not become complacent with our expectations. As we explore this conversation, that at its heart is focused on the concepts of rigor and expectations, we ask that this manifests itself not just for students, but also for the schools and districts that serve their needs. It is important to note that while we absolutely recognize the difficult work of educators and the exhaustion and frustration that follows falling short when high expectations are set, the power and impact of meeting and exceeding high expectations far outpaces those challenges. Our students, no matter their zip code, their income, nor the color of their skin, deserve, want, and need a system that believes in their ability to achieve, grow, and perform. The first step in improvement is realizing that we can expect more. Various research studies highlight the positive impacts high expectations have on student achievement. The same is true for schools and districts. It is challenging to be pushed harder and further, but we have incredible educators and leaders across our state. Implementation of these changes will be difficult, but we must reconcile the message we send to families when it comes to performance. I want to express my gratitude to each of you. As this discussion has evolved over the last several months, you all have elevated many of the same points I have made today. You have voiced these values we are asking you to uphold, the value of transparency, better alignment between ratings and how students are actually being served, as well as high standards. It has also been heartening to see you hold these issues in all of their complexity while not losing sight of students and families. And I want to thank you for that, as well as ask you to continue to stand strong and continue to push for these better, more aligned and higher standard systems. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Van Scholes.
Good morning, all of you, and thanks for this opportunity. I'm Van Scholes. I'm the president of A+ Colorado. We're a research organization committed to improving the quality of public education in Colorado. I'm here also to thank all of you for this very important discussion around the need to better align our state our school ratings with the state standards and expectations of our state. We believe there's a significant disconnect to what our state has set as the standard and the measures for what is an effective school. There are far too many schools, as were noted earlier, that are rated good, yet students in these schools are neither reading at standard nor do they have the growth necessary to get them to read at standard in a reasonable time. At the same time, there's a huge difference between schools in the 50th percentile and those in the 90th percentile. We must do more to recognize, understand these effective outliers, and support more schools to get there. Growth to standard is a critical measure for knowing how much value a school is adding to a student's education and their learning. We believe that it's critical that the bar be set to balance high expectations with what is possible. A+ strongly agrees with you to set the growth to standard to 2 years. Our schools must be expected to get students to standard in a reasonable amount of time. Otherwise, why have the standard? Thank you for the leadership that all of you have provided on this important issue. It's also important that we shed light on those schools that are making progress and identifying schools that need help. We need to set the bar high for, we have set the bar high for students. We need to set the bar high for adults. We also want to thank you for doing some great work in the turnaround network. CDE has done great work here. We know we need more resources for many of these schools when they have great leadership and they have great plans. We need to support school improvement in the context in which we operate, which means that unfortunately we don't have the financial resources to invest in every school that needs it, but schools should be focused on continuous improvement regardless of that. And last, I just want to say that I understand that we're constrained in terms of school ratings by state law, but there must be far more done to communicate to families how our schools are doing. Our current rating descriptions make little or no sense to most people. Priority improvement, is that great? Is that bad? What does that mean? So thank you for allowing me to speak to you all this morning.
Thank you. Jesus Ornelas?
Good morning, members of the Board of Education.
Can we check the mic and see if it really is? It seems like it kind of died in the middle of Mr. Scholes.
Are we good? We're good now, I think? Yeah. I'm also not as tall as him, so. I've helped out a lot of people.
Just sort of died in the middle of his speech.
He backed up. You gotta have it right there.
Oh, right by your mouth, okay.
Good morning, members of the Board of Education. My name is Jesus Ornelas, and this morning I bring to you my concern of the idea of lowering or adjusting performance standards for our schools that will put our children at risk for falling further behind in their educational journey. Let us not forget that part of the board's mission is to provide all children with equal access to quality education. Lowering these standards is not only detrimental to the learning and progress of our students, but further confuses the community and places our kids in a no-win situation. Take myself, for example. In high school, I was an exceptional scholar who was at the top of his class. I had strong grades, and I, along with my family, felt that I was prepared for the next step. I unfortunately was aware that I wasn't being challenged in most of my classes. After graduation, I was unprepared for the curriculum that I would face in college. Because of this, I knew that I was not up to par, and I had no concept of my academic readiness post-high school. After graduation, I attended Colorado State University, an experience that nearly took me 3 years to master, and I was a fortunate one. I saw too many other students from a familiar educational background that had to pay for remedial classes, which does not count for school credits towards any degree, and also cost them hundreds of dollars to earn. All of this course content, which should have been covered and mastered during my time in high school, was not. How is that living up to the promise we make to our families across the state? Unfortunately, my story is not unique. I wish that my parents had more clear information about school quality so that they could put me in a school that would allow me to thrive in college. We must continue to improve our school systems if we want our students to be able to live a life of opportunity. I understand that this work is hard and the systems in place may not always be able to pinpoint where schools may be struggling or give us a route to find a quick solution. But lowering expectations of our schools and districts will only make this worse. We will only continue to see students leave our halls unprepared for college and their careers. We must ensure that our kids can face the challenges with the readiness and vigor that our society needs and asks for. So I urge the board to hold our schools to high standards so that our students can have the opportunity to live a life full of options. I thank you today for allowing me to speak today, and we hope to be a continued partner in the fight for quality schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolina, help me. Villagrana, okay. I do not know when a G is pronounced and when it is not.
It's
Thank you.
rolling those R's is a trick.
Oh. Okay.
Good morning, members of the Board of Education. My name is Carolina Villagrana. I am a school leader and I've worked in education for the last 10 years. I have spent my career as an educator, instructional coach, and school leader within the fundamental belief that every student can and will learn and that every student can achieve. I'm here today to urge each of you to believe in the ability of our children, because when we believe in them, they will rise to the occasion. When we create a culture that dares us to be great, when we support each other, students, teachers, and families to work together towards a common purpose, we will rise to extraordinary heights. This past year within my network, we had over 60% of growth. Although phenomenal, in my mind, it is not enough because we still need to have our students achieve on grade level or else they will not be ready for college. As you consider how to make changes to the state framework, you must think about what this change communicates with our collective belief to communities, families, and especially our students. If we set a standard that would make it acceptable for students to move up a level towards meeting grade level expectations over a 2-year period, what does it say about the belief of our students and the belief in our teachers? What does this framework communicate about to our families about how we value the future of their children? What does it say to the communicate about the importance of the entire generation of the kids? The current changes to the state SPF would allow but ensure the students would fall further and further through the cracks. Any system where students are allowed to continue to fall behind their peers and still be evaluated performance will fail our students. I can tell you firsthand as a teacher and as an instructional coach, I have seen my students grow over a year's worth in 1 year. As an educator, we have entrusted with preparing our students to live out their dreams. It is our responsibility to take the charge seriously, and it starts with believing in the ability and setting goals that ensure students will be ready for whatever comes next. We cannot allow our kids to fall further and further behind. I urge you to believe in the ability of our schools, teachers, and students, and set rigorous standards for excellence that will allow our students to achieve their full potential, because I have seen it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Magna Antaria.
Good morning, members of Education. My name is Magda Renteria, and I am a member of 10 Parent-Led Council. I'm here today because I wanted to tell you the story that what is possible when we believe in our children. My children attend to Rocky Mountain Prep at Creekside, and I see that every day they are holding our child to high expectations, that they believe in them as learners. The state average for growth is 50%, and at Creekside this year, our math growth was 22% higher at 72% growth last year. I'm looking at some other schools in Denver with high growth just to make sure that I knew that it was possible. At DSST Noel, the student had 77% growth in literacy and 79% growth in math. There are schools who are making the yearly progress that they need to be making. My question for you is this: are they outliers, or should we all be trying to achieve at that level? I believe that we should be raising the bar for our children, because as a parent, it is important for me that my children is prepared for college. At one of our last meetings, we discussed this question: what is the obligation for public education? I believe that the answer is that our public schools need to be preparing kids for our life opportunity, and right now, across the board, they are not. I am concerned that this state framework essentially only gets us halfway there. If a child is making 1 year of learning happen over a 2-year period, there is no way they are going to graduate on a grade level. That feels like an unfulfilled promise for a public education, and I believe that it is this board's responsibility to ask for more for our children. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Haley Q?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Haley Quinn. I'm a sophomore at Stanford University and a graduate of Denver Public Schools, and my mom is a 10-parent leader. This remark is in regards to the proposed adjustment to the statewide school performance framework calculations. After my admission to Stanford, one of the questions that I received almost as often as the daunting "what are you going to major in" question was, how did you decide on Stanford? My response was always the same. I've known I wanted to go to Stanford since the 6th grade. Their response, too, was always the same. How could I, a first-generation low-income student from Northeast Denver, know with certainty that I could attend one of the best schools in the nation at such a young age? Before my first year at the Denver School of Science and Technology, the most I had ever known about Stanford, or any other college for that matter, was what I'd observed in Disney's High School Musical movies. While my family set an incredibly high standard for me, it was difficult for them to imagine what my path in college would look like, as I would be the first in our family to achieve such a thing. However, on the first day of 6th grade, as I sat in a large circle of nervous 11-year-olds, clad in our purple polos, necks craned toward our principal, we were told for the first time that we would not only go to college, but that we would go to any college that we wanted. We were told for the first time that we were allowed to dream. After a brief research session, my 6th grade self settled on Stanford for its sunshine and impressive palm trees, and for the next 7 years of my education, teachers at DSST and counselors invested in my dream. I was thrown into classrooms that challenged my academic limits and compelled me to place a college education at the forefront of my priorities. Success was an expectation, ingrained in every assignment, presentation, value, and policy. Each school year promised that students would leave achieving at or above the standard. Without this constant insistence upon excellence, I find it hard to believe that I would have wound up in the same position that I am in today. Now, as I look back at the privileges that I was extended through my education at DSST, I recognize that this same level of education is not promised to all students. In considering the proposed adjustments to the school performance framework, it is important to acknowledge the right of every student to be motivated to achieve to the best of their ability. The proposed measures will only lower the bar for students who are more than capable of achieving by disguising underperforming schools as proficient. It is the responsibility of educators and policymakers to establish a culture of excellence, where students like me will not be left behind in a vicious cycle of underachievement, but rather propelled into futures where their talents can flourish. Please do not undermine the potential of our students in Colorado by stifling them with policies that eradicate the very possibility of their success. We must let our students know that it is time to begin dreaming. Thank you all.
Thank you. Brad Wan?
She finished.
Good morning, Board of Education. Thank you so very much for your time today. On behalf of my family, we thank you for your passionate dedication to education. My name is Brad Wan. I live in Highlands Ranch, Colorado. My children go to Douglas County School Districts. I'm here on behalf of my son, Benjamin Wan, and I have a prepared statement, but we're going to make copies of those and get them to you. I just want to have a conversation with you. And this is about medical cannabis. This is about protecting children. This is about state law, a collision between federal law, state law, and a school policy. We would like to have this debated discussion because it is quite interesting, and a lot of people take it from different ways. We have been doing this for 15 years. This is not something we've done lightheartedly. What we'd like to explain to everyone is that the research and the case law and the federal law has spoken. The Rohrabacher-Farr Amendment is passed through the United States House and through the United States Senate and signed by the President of the United States that protects medical cannabis. It's that simple. What it states is that if a state has passed a law then that law is not going to be touched by the Department of Justice. We talked to the Department of Education. They said there is no centralized education in the federal government. They have no interest in coming after a policy that a school district places. If they had a question, they would bring it straight to you, the Colorado Department of Education. So we were told that medical cannabis cannot be delivered to our son who has epilepsy by a nurse. We find out that in 2018, the National Council Board of Nursing, which sets all the standards for nurses across America, has given guidelines on how to administer medical cannabis in July of 2018. So no longer is that a leg of the table that can be used against medical cannabis patients. Nurses are now given guidelines on how to administer medical cannabis. It's that simple. The work has been done. That is the most extensive study ever done on medical cannabis for the last 2 years. Hundreds of people worked to produce this study. The National Council of Board of Nursing are begging you to come and talk to you and talk to the schools and educate the school districts. What we're asking the Department of Education here in Colorado to do is make a statement of facts. You've already done the hard work. You've already adopted House Bill 18-1286. You've already adopted it. We're asking you to make a letter, a memo, stating exactly what work you've done and exactly the lawfulness of all these issues and how it all works together to protect kids of medical patients. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amber Wan?
Hello, thank you, members of the Board of Education. I'm just going to kind of reiterate what Brad said, just kind of further that topic. As far as our son goes, being there at school, he can actually not have the pharmaceuticals that are prescribed for epilepsy. So he is currently right now 3 years and almost 9 months seizure-free on a Charlotte's Web hemp oil only. And that's great. However, he has continual reports. His EEGs are stating that he will be at risk for having a seizure. He is in his senior year of high school. We have not had a health plan during his whole entire year of high school. Technology has changed and cannabis is available in a rescue form now. As Brad said, the adoption of 18-1286 in 2018 would allow school personnel to administer such medication to a child. What's interesting is the school districts across Colorado are choosing to opt out because the bill was permissive. Okay, you might be aware of that. And so unfortunately they're opting out. It's very discriminatory to do this to a child that could potentially have a seizure and actually die. We had a Disney young man, Cameron Boyce, pass away in July. This is a real serious situation. This is life or death. There are children who are using inhalers. There is actually a case yesterday in the Washington, D.C. area. Their public schools are now allowing health professionals, as of yesterday, a policy for them to administer medical cannabis to patients, qualifying patients. We are really alarmed that Douglas County has taken a hands-off approach. We have gone before them for over a year now and asked them to update their policy, and they don't want to do it. We actually had a principal at our son's school allow his emergency medication to be on school grounds for 2 full weeks in May because we told the principal, but then meanwhile we go back to the school year this year and they've removed it by head of security. So there's a lot of conflict and issues going on. We do appreciate you all for putting together some guidelines for our school districts, and I know that you can just share that with them, but it's very alarming. I think that we have students that could really benefit from this, and there is a law in place. There are actual cases in Illinois of children dying of seizures at school. There's a young man in 2017, he died and they didn't administer his inhaler to him and they waited for 911. I had contacted our head of nursing here in Douglas County and found out that they don't keep aggregate records. of who's actually administering emergency rescues to children. They just automatically call 911. The cannabis form of rescue for my son can be administered right away and pull him out of a seizure within 20 to 30 seconds. That is life-saving. That is transformational. And we know he responds very well to cannabis, and so we would love to have this on school grounds. We also know that there's EpiPen policies for EpiPens, and that the school district will allow any school personnel, even the janitor, to administer an EpiPen to a child having an anaphylactic shock. There's no prescription, there's no parent's permission, but yet they can do so under the Colorado Good Samaritan Act. Our son's rescue medication can fall under that as well, and there are provisions in place. It's actually a liability for the school district not to update their policy when there is a law on the books allowing them to update that policy. So I think we would just appreciate your support in this if the topic comes up with our school districts, and on the federal level, you know, wherever you can see. And like Brad said, we'll have some documents and some paperwork that we will bring back to you. We were running late with traffic this morning, so appreciate your time. Any concern, please reach out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Burkhart?
Hi, my name is Jennifer Burkhart, and I'm here today to talk to you about my experience with dyslexia. I'm a parent of a child with dyslexia, and I'm an educator. Unfortunately, my story regarding dyslexia is not unique. In 3rd grade, my daughter could not read. I knew the gap would widen, but I didn't know where to go to get help for her. So I tried everything. I tried programs outside of my financial means. We started with private tutoring. I signed her up for 4 months of tutoring because I suspected dyslexia, and this company's website said their program would help. The program did not address dyslexia, and we were back to square one, and I was out about $10,000. I decided then that I needed to know exactly what the problem was if I was going to fix it. The school was doing everything they could, but it wasn't working. So the good news is I took her to a neuropsychologist, and we got a dyslexia diagnosis. The bad news was that the school said, this is great, but I don't know what we're going to do with it. We can't help. So I was out about $2,500 for a diagnosis that was of no use, and I had a child with a crushed spirit, and I didn't know what my next step was going to be. And she couldn't continue in this cycle. So I found a school that said it specializes in dyslexia at a cost of $15,000 a year for 3 hours a day of instruction. At that point, I said, this is our only option right now. I don't know what else to do. So I enrolled her, and then I found a program, and I enrolled myself in a master's degree for literacy because I couldn't pay $15,000 a year for the next 9.5 years, as well as $75 an hour for tutoring twice a week. So because of this, I chose Colorado College's literacy program, as it is the only one in Colorado that teaches the science of reading, which is structured literacy. It was cheaper for me to get my master's at a very expensive school rather than pay self-appointed experts for minimal results. My new plan, Plan C, was I would teach my daughter to read. At this point, my professor, who is actually an expert in dyslexia, told me, if your daughter can get into Allies, you need to get her there. So I did. I enrolled my child in her 4th school in 2 years. Allies, a free public school for dyslexia, delivered. After 1 year, my child is approaching grade level, and the word is out. Allies has a wait list, and parents are begging for more schools like this, including middle and high school options. Parents rely on schools for guidance, and the best thing a parent can do to help close the gap for their dyslexic child is early intervention. I asked in 1st grade, could this be dyslexia? The response was, it's too early to tell. But it's not, I listened, but it's not too early to tell. We can start screening in kindergarten. My daughter's 3rd grade teacher said, there's not enough training for teachers. Nobody knows how to teach for it. We know that that just is not true. Yeah. To date, my 10-year journey into dyslexia has cost roughly $70,000, which includes a fabulous student loan. It also cost me my career. As an educator, I could not teach because I was not able to get my child to and from school, which is half an hour away. But she is depending on me to help her navigate this world, and that's going to be impossible for her to do if she's illiterate. Parents need to know if there is a problem as soon as possible. While the issue is challenging, these children are teachable. Colorado has the opportunity to be a literacy leader, and we have a wealth of knowledge in our literacy community. And I'm here to ask for your support and help because like I said, my story is not unique. Families are paying this much money to find help for their kids or more, and we can help by providing screening in kindergarten, put proven evidence-based programs such as Take Flight into schools, and let's expand Allies-type programs in elementary, middle school, and high schools. As a high school English teacher, I can tell you dyslexia does not go away. Children with dyslexia drop out without intervention. These children are teachable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Hinckley, this will be our last speaker.
Good morning.
Morning.
Is this on? Yes. My name is Elizabeth Hinckley. I'm from the ACLU of Colorado. Many of you, or I believe all of you, had before you a memoranda that was submitted to the state board last night concerning the charter waiver that you all discussed at length earlier this morning, and I know voted on. There were a few mentions of the ACLU during that debate that I felt I would be remiss if I didn't come up here and make sure that I clarified exactly what our position was, as I want to ensure that the ACLU's memoranda was not submitted in support of a vote to grant a waiver. So I'm just going to read a portion of my statement into the record. A plain reading of House Bill 19-1032 reveals that the act applies only to schools that teach about, quote, abstinence or sexual activity in the context of student health or healthy relationships, i.e., what we traditionally think of as sex ed. A school that does not provide human sexuality instruction is not subject to the comprehensive content requirements of House Bill 19-1032. In this scenario, a waiver from the comprehensive content requirements of human sexuality instruction is unnecessary. In the rationale section, Liberty Common describes a host of educational content available to students in the sciences, arts, and humanities. Examples of Greek mythology, anthropology, Renaissance art, literature, and history are provided as subject matter content that calls upon Liberty students to consider and discuss themes of sex, love, and relationships. This, of course, is not content that teaches students about abstinence or sexual activity in the context of students' own sexual health or relationships. This is not, as described, human sexuality instruction. This is not sex ed. If there is any further confusion, debate and an amendment adopted in the House on February 15th, much earlier than the last day of session, I'll add, resolved any question of legislative intent. The definition of human sexuality instruction, as originally introduced, prompted questions from certain committee members. These members asked the bill's sponsors whether they intended the bill's content requirements to apply to science lessons on human reproduction or literary discussions of characters' romantic relationships or sexual orientations. The answer given by the bill's sponsors, Representative Susan Lontine and Representative Yadira Caraveo, was a resounding no. The definition of human sexuality instruction was subsequently revised by a friendly amendment in the House to reflect the bill sponsor's intent. And I would direct the board to L.069, the amendment that was passed on February the 15th. Plain language and demonstrative legislative intent aside, it is common sense that the academic content described by Liberty does not qualify as instruction regulated by 19-1032. Concerned citizens did not swarm the Capitol to voice their support for or opposition to a bill that would regulate the content of their school's arts and humanities curricula. They came to say their piece about a sex education bill. To imply otherwise is nonsensical. The academic content described by Liberty is not human sexuality instruction. The ACLU respectfully requested that Liberty withdraw its application for a waiver, or in the absence of such withdrawal, that the board deny the request. Obviously, the board granted the waiver request, And I would just ask that the board take the advice of legal counsel, Ms. Tolson, when she said that it might be appropriate to provide a written opinion, clarifying that although the waiver was granted, the type of academic instruction described by Liberty is not human sexuality instruction as defined by statute, and thus seeking a waiver is not necessary. Thank you.
That ends public participation. I would ask the folks representing the organization 10 to please, or TEN, to please listen to our discussions about the changes that we're making to the accountability rules, because I think there's a bit of a misunderstanding of what's in there. And we appreciate hearing from you, but we want to make sure that we all sort of understand. It's very important for our parents to understand exactly what our expectations are and what they are not. So I invite you to please continue to listen to our conversations in order to understand the expectations for our students and for the reporting. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is notice of rulemaking, rules for the administration, certification, and oversight of Colorado online programs. 1 CCR 301-71. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Cottonsteady and Ms. Martinez.
See if I can get seated here. All right, there we go. All right. Well, good morning.
Good morning.
This agenda item is a notice of rulemaking related to the rules for the administration, certification, oversight of Colorado online programs. The purpose of this notice is for technical rulemaking to incorporate changes following passage of Senate Bill 19-129 concerning the regulation of online schools. Senate Bill 129 amended certain provisions of Title 22 that are specific to online schools and programs, and these revisions are connected to existing state board rules. As a result, the rules need to be updated so that they align to the new statute. The new law specifies the following requirements that need to be updated in the rule. First, it clarifies that if an online school seeks to move authorizers, the new authorizer would need to submit a new certification application as opposed to an amendment to an existing certification. It specifies that if an online school is on performance watch and moves, authorizes, or reconstitutes as a successor school, that the school's performance watch will stay with them. The law further specifies that if an online school closes as a result of actions taken under the state accountability law and attempts to reopen or open as a successor school, that the school must submit a new certification application. And then finally, it specifies how successor school determinations are made, and that online schools have appeal rights to the state board if they disagree with the successor school determination. For information supporting the notice, we provided the attachments, the red line version, the clean version, and the crosswalk. And we recommend that the board approve this notice of rulemaking to begin the process of bringing the rule in line with the statute.
Thank you. This is multi-district online.
Yeah.
Can I have a motion, please? Mr. Durham.
Move to approve the notice of rulemaking for the rules for administration, clarification, and oversight of Colorado online programs, 1 CCR 301-71.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Discussion. Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cottonsteady, could you briefly touch on how this rule would help to protect against the possibility that a online multi-district charter that reached the end of its tether on the accountability clock for chronic low performance would have the ability to kind of reinvent itself under a new placard and kind of in that manner have a do-over. Can you explain what the protections are to prevent that from happening under these rules?
Sure, and I'll just say at a high level, so under the new statute, what it essentially clarifies is that if a school was closed and they wanted to reopen, that it would just require a formal application. So arguably, in prior circumstances, a school could reconstitute and not necessarily have to go through a formal application process for certification. So this just clarifies that in those types of situations, they would have to, it would have to go through a formal process.
Board Member Flores.
Thank you. I have a question on, let's see, it's definitions, page 3, and it's 2.03.4. It says, mastery or passing of a course is not a requirement of course completion, but mastery levels should be consistent with the authorizer. It kind of seems like, what? I mean, so consistent with the authorizer's level of what? I mean, if you pass a course, it should be according to, you know, certain requirements and content and what's the other word that I'm trying to use that you learn in a course, but should be consistent with the authorizer. Now, the authorizer being the district, or being the school. What is that school?
So an authorizer in this situation would either be a district,
or
CSI,
or CSI,
or a BOCES.
Right, but shouldn't it be?
Or a combination of school districts.
Shouldn't it be according to standards? I mean, instead of the authorizer doesn't have. The authorizer is the authorizer, but still, they're both should be according to standards that they do pass. Or.
Sure, and I think that's a great point, Dr. Flores. However, I think that
I don't know about
that
a great point,
particular section of the rule is applicable to the course completion requirements, which is a statistical reporting process. So it's just outlining some requirements related to that, and not necessarily meaning that you know, that is all encompassing. That you know, it's a it should be a requirement, but that it's consistent with the authorizer practices, just to exercise that local control as well. But again, and that particular section's not under consideration for update right now, but we can definitely look into it.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's, surely there's a curricula that they have to master, and.
And what we can do is look at the statutory basis for that provision during the notice process.
Because it seems like, so, under what?
Right, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Board Member Rankin?
On page 8, number 5.05, just before 6.0, online schools that have had grades, I'm sorry, are you there,
Yep.
Mr. Cotton-Setti?
I am.
Online schools that have grades or programs closed in whole or part as relevant actions and intend, this is a long sentence, and intend to reopen, or a current school that is deemed a successor school, here we go, must reapply to the online division for certification for before, continuing or beginning. You gotta change that for before.
Gotcha, yeah.
Take out the for maybe.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I also, I have another.
Please, go ahead.
The successor school, boy, there's so many definitions, I think, of that. And the one that I'm kind of have in my mind that I don't know relates to this is the Goal Academy, the problems they had, and then they reinvented themselves, but they still had the same name.
Yeah.
Is that a successor school, or?
So in that situation, you can tell me if I'm wrong, Goal never submitted an amendment to their application. So we would consider that to be a continuation of the same school. And in this situation, successor school is really talking about the continuation of their accountability ratings.
Oh.
And in that situation, Goal maintained their accountability.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's very helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you all so much.
2 months from now, right?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Um,
Board Member Rankin?
On the memo, it also said the bill number was, you
I-
caught that, didn't you?
We updated it on the online document.
Okay,
so
thank
yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Eagle Eyes. Appreciate that very much.
That's right, Eagle Eyes, that's what we're gonna call you.
We now have a presentation on the preliminary 2019 performance framework ratings. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Dillon. And I will just say, as Mr. Dillon approaches, and it will also be Marie Hutchton and Lisa Medler giving this presentation, but this will be Mr. Dillon's last board meeting with us, and I'm very sad to say that. So he is going to sail off into the sunset on a in a camper, I think.
They don't, hopefully not sailing.
So maybe not sailing.
Right.
I'm mixing my metaphors. But he has done a lot of great work for us over the past year, but also worked with us in partnership when he was a superintendent. So I appreciate your service and hope that your retirement is everything you hoped it to be. So.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for all your service. Wish you very well, very well.
Well,
Have
and
fun.
I would just like to say to you guys, it's been an honor to work with all of you. I'm so impressed by your commitment and what you do. This is hard work, and these are hard conversations, and you guys have done a marvelous job. So thank you for all you do for the state of Colorado as well. So, and it's an
But
adventure.
can't do it without you, kiddo.
All right, so we'll get rolling. So we have an information session for you guys on the 2019 school and district performance ratings. And we have the PowerPoint up. I've got the clickers at that button. I finally figured it out my last meeting. I know which one to push. I know the button to push. No. So, our agenda is we first want to give you an overview of the district performance frameworks and school performance frameworks. Then we'd like to talk a little bit about the summary of the 2019 framework results. So the first part of the agenda will be to just discuss exactly what that is. I know we've had a lot of conversations around this. And then we'd like to talk a little bit about the 2019 accountability timeline, so schools that are on watch, what the timeline is for some of that, and then some of the resources that are available for schools and districts to utilize going through this process. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
It's not really working for us.
There we go. There we go. Now it'll probably go 10 slides forward or something. I'm going to put it down now. So what I want to talk about now is accountability in Colorado. So Colorado's educational accountability system is based on the belief that every student should receive an excellent education and graduate ready to succeed. Successful schools and districts are recognized and serve as models, while those that are struggling receive support. So Colorado's accountability system is made up of two prongs. So there's the state identification, and that's what we're going to talk today about, is the state identification of schools in Colorado. And then there's also the federal identification, which is another part of the accountability system in Colorado. That is a conversation that can be had at a later date. So today we're just going to be focusing on state identification. But then from those identifiers, whether it's state identification or federal identification, we've developed a process and continue to improve that process around streamlined process of support and funding for identified schools. So if schools are identified through the state identification, they have opportunities to access some resources to support the work that they're doing. And then there's also within the Unified Improvement Plan, then that is the really the tool that's used for schools and districts to identify what their primary focus needs to be, to do appropriate planning around that to move forward. Colorado's Educational Accountability, thank you. So Colorado's Educational Accountability Act, Senate Bill 08-163, is the foundation of our state accountability requirements. So one set of outcome data to determine overall district and school accountability are the performance frameworks. So that's what we're going to be talking about today. All districts receive a district performance framework, and this determines their accreditation rating. All schools receive a school performance framework. This determines their school plan type, and that has to do with the Unified Improvement Plan type that they write, and there's some different requirements based on where they come out within that process. And then overall, it's to identify those schools and districts with the greatest need to direct resources and support and potential consequences. So that's really the purpose of Colorado's state accountability system, is to identify those schools that are most in need, try to provide appropriate resources and funds to those schools to help them move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marie Hutchton and Lisa Medler. As this conversation moves forward, I just real quickly want to say Lisa Medler is stepping into a role as upon my departure. She's been more involved in these conversations, obviously, with you guys. She'll be kind of stepping in where I'm stepping out to be a part of this process with you so that we continue to have a team working on this together. So I'm going to turn it over to Marie and Lisa and let them talk us through this. So thank you.
Thanks. Morning, everyone. Long time no see. So the first thing that we always do when we talk about the preliminary framework ratings is give you sort of a reminder of what is included on the performance frameworks. And so we have 3 performance indicators. Academic achievement is the first one, and the data incorporates mean scale score information for the content areas of English language arts, math, and science. And then we have results for both the overall and for disaggregated groups. And so the weighting for this academic achievement indicator is 40% at the elementary and middle school level, and then 30% for high schools. And then for academic growth, that incorporates median student growth percentile information for English language arts, mathematics, and our English language proficiency assessments. We also have an English language proficiency on track metric that's now for points for the first time this year. And for all of these, for all of the growth information, we report both overall and for disaggregated groups. And so then this growth metric makes up 60% of the elementary and middle school weighting and 40% for high schools. And then the final indicator is post-secondary and workforce readiness, and that one is just exclusively for high schools. And so that includes SAT with the evidence-based reading and writing and mathematics scores, graduation rate, dropout rate, and matriculation rate. So this year we have added in industry credentials to the matriculation rate, which includes career and technical education and overall matriculation rate calculations. And then finally, these are also presented overall and for disaggregated groups, except for matriculation rate, which we don't actually break out. And so that makes up 30% of the performance frameworks. So it's kind of, these are all the components. We talk about this frequently, but we always do the update. So then when we look at the data from, or first, the ratings and how they fall into ratings. So the first is the school plan types. So the highest plan is a performance plan. Below that we have improvement, priority improvement, and turnaround. And then we do have 2 insufficient state data categories for the schools that did not have sufficient students for us to be able to provide a state rating. And so we also have the district accreditation ratings. So there's accredited.
Ms. Hutchton,
yeah.
excuse us.
Oh,
I
sorry.
have a question.
I so apologize if I might ask a clarifying question. Does this include BOCES?
Yes. So when we generally refer to districts, we do include BOCES.
And all of them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Actually, I should clarify further. So BOCES that actually have schools that they're serving, or that they authorize.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
Are there specific points for each of those colored categories?
Yes.
Are you hiding them, or can you give them to us?
We're not hiding them intentionally. I think we were trying to simplify things. But we do have the cut scores for each of those. Do you want me to find them now or afterwards? What's your preference?
Just at some point, I'd like to have them, because when I look at some of the plans, I can see the scores, the points, but then I don't actually know where the cutoffs are for the various points. So it would help me to internalize that information at some point.
Absolutely. No, we can definitely include the cut scores for each of those plan types. And again, they're slightly different, for the districts and for the schools and for high schools, but we have that information and totally include it. And so, there aren't any other questions. So for the district ratings, so we had accredited with distinction, accredited, which sort of doesn't have a modifier, but that means that they have to complete a performance plan. We have accredited with improvement plan, accredited with priority improvement plan, accredited with turnaround plan, and then again, some of those insufficient state data categories. So then we also have added descriptors for the past couple of years to each of the plan types, indicating what proportion of the school or district students participated in the assessment. So if the district had, or school, had 95% or more students participating in the assessment, they got sort of a meets participation. If they had less than 95% of students participating, then they just got this description of low participation. And then we also have schools who were decreased due to participation, who had below 95% participation, and that was after the parent excusals had been removed. And they had that less than 95% participation in 2 or more content areas. And so then we're going to give you a summary of the 2019 preliminary framework results and what we've seen so far this year. So we have, first for districts, there were 18 districts, which is about 10%, that are accredited with distinction. We have 103 districts, or 56%, that were just given an accredited rating. 51 or 28% are accredited with improvement. 11 or 6% are accredited with priority improvement. And then there's 1 district who's accredited with a turnaround plan. And that's about 1% of the total district population. And then we also had 1 district who was insufficient state data for this year. And that, again, includes sort of the BOCES that run schools. And so then we also always provide you with sort of trend data so you can see how this year stacks up to previous years of data. And so you can see that this year we have had a little bit of a drop in the percentage of distinction schools. We've had a bit of districts, thank you, distinction districts. We have had a bit of an increase in the school districts, I'm going to do it again, that were accredited, and also a slight increase in the districts that were accredited with an improvement plan. Roughly the same for priority improvement, and then a bit of a decline for the number of districts on turnaround plans. And we have seen a pretty significant decline, I shouldn't call it significant, a decline in the number of districts that were insufficient state data, indicating that we have had higher participation rates, particularly at the high school levels with our districts. So that is a bit of good news for moving over to the PSAT, SAT assessments. And so this is, again, where we can see that. So we see that, in previous years, we only had, 48% of our students districts meeting 95% participation, and now we're at 61%. The low participation districts has stayed about the same at around 33% from last year. And then decreased due to participation has been ever so slightly declining over time.
I just have a question.
Of course.
Everybody thought it when that person came in from Florida, the individual who went to Littleton, and schools were put in notice. That was a time when schools were taking exams, and yet I read an article in the Denver Post where the Denver Post people are catching up and saying, well, it could have been that kids were stressed out during that time, and could that be a reason for maybe a drop? But it seems that only the the distinction level people were, or school districts, were the ones that had the drop, and the others were not. But then in that area, Littleton, Jefferson County, I mean, it is a district.
2 schools, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
2 schools.
Can you speak to that?
Well, not really any more detail than what you've said. It's an issue with them, I guess.
So
My recollection, it was 2 schools, particularly that were brought out, high schools.
But not Columbine,
No,
particularly, not Columbine.
Not Columbine. Okay.
no. And the only thing I'm aware of it also is that that was only Jefferson County. There
Mhm.
was no mention in this particular write-up of any other districts.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that's all we know right now.
Yeah, so and just to remind folks, so these are preliminary ratings. I do just want to emphasize that.
Okay.
We give, there is a request to reconsider process. We give you the update now, but these are preliminary. You know, we have seen those news reports, and, you know, we haven't analyzed to look at sort of which districts are
Right.
where, and so that's still to come. But appreciate you bringing that up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna turn it over to
I'm
Ms. Snyder
sorry.
now. Oh, no,
Forgive-
it's good. It's a good
forgive.
question.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in and give you a little bit of context in relationship to the accountability clock. I know in some of our one-on-ones, several of you had questions on this as well. We've got a slide in here that's new. I know the slide deck is a little bit routine from the past, but we've got new and exciting things to add for you, and that is through House Bill 181355 as a reminder. It added some new components to our accountability system. One of those was the addition of that on the concept of on watch. So we have we are now in the process of implementing that legislation, and we will break it down for you how the schools and districts then played out on the clock and on watch. So we have worked a little bit on our lexicon and want to share that with you so you have this as a reference in the future. So we'll be continuing to use the phrase on the clock, and that's really building on what you know, what the field knows, and that includes schools and districts that are currently holding that Pride Improvement or Turnaround label. Okay, so that will continue. You can also see what we've done is laid out the implications for what that means. It means that certain things there's certain things that they need to do, certain implications for communication to their communities, certain requirements and planning that they need to do. When they do hit year 5 on that clock, then they will come before you. I know several of you asked questions about who are those. And so I do have a list prepared for you later that I can share later in the day. It also means that they are eligible for certain supports. You have heard about the Easy Grant, so things like that are available. There's other services that are uniquely crafted for those sites. When we get into the on watch, those are the schools and districts that previously were on Priority Improvement or Turnaround, but now have earned a performance or improvement plan type. So the idea is that in the past, they would come off, we'd have a celebration, and then they may continue those efforts and continue working on it, or they might actually decline and fall back onto the clock. And so I think there's interest in stabilizing those improvement efforts. And just sort of signaling that we're going to keep an eye on them a little bit. So now we're implementing this process.
So is that where you're waiting for a second year?
Yep. So anyone that is that was at least in 2017 and 2018 on Pride Improvement or Turnaround, but now this year is improvement or performance. They are now they will see on their frameworks on watch. Okay.
It also allows them to access resources for multiple years in a row versus 1 year and then losing those resources and creating some of that bounce. So hopefully it will stabilize some of that.
Yeah. So and that's what you'll see in that implications column is it's a lot less, right? The expectations are a lot less than if they're on the clock, but we still keep an eye on them and we still continue those supports, right? We really want to keep that trajectory going. The other language that you've probably seen us use in the past, but we just want to get really clear about it, is on hold. And again, this is now appearing on the frameworks. These are for sites that received this year an insufficient state data label, but they have in the past, like last year, were on the clock, Pride Improvement Turnaround. So we are wanting to continue those expectations. They need to earn their way off the clock. So there's still those communication expectations, those additional planning requirements. They still are eligible for supports, but we are maintaining. So those are some phrases that you're going to see us using throughout.
Board Member McClellan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll avoid asking the crystal ball question of whether we anticipate that schools that are on watch would turn down that available resource. And so I'll ask that a different way. Has it been your experience that there's a significant number of schools or districts that are eligible for these supports and interventions that are turning them down where they are legally able to do so? Right. Are they, for those that are eligible for these supports, are you finding that it isn't being used in all schools and districts? How typical is that?
So we can give you a more specific number later. I don't want to guess off the top of my head.
Oh. Okay.
But I would say there's definitely a subset of districts that know about the availability of funds, the availability of services, but choose for a variety of reasons to not participate. But we can give you a number on that if that's what you're asking.
I'm happy to have just a kind of a broad impression. I'm just trying to gauge how big of a concern is that when we're looking at the allocation of resources. Do we need to be worried that this is something that when it's offered on a voluntary basis is very often turned down? That's all I'm trying to get a handle on.
So one of the things that we're working with schools and districts on is ensuring that they understand what the easy application is about, what grant funds are available, what they can apply for. We do have a number of schools and districts that do apply for it and do utilize it. There are some school districts that haven't tapped into that resource yet. Again, I think we need to continue our work with informing schools and districts on the availability of those funds. We also need to think about our charters and their opportunity to access these funds as well. So we have a lot of those conversations going on. So, no, not all schools or districts access the funds. There is a good portion that do. We can get exact numbers. We do know the numbers and percentages, but that is definitely something that we're focused on, ensuring that all schools and districts are aware of what's available.
So now we're going to give you numbers associated with this new vocabulary. So just as a reminder, we're talking districts at this point, and then Marina will get into the schools. So as far as the number of districts not on the clock, it's the vast majority, 172, so that's about 93%. We do have one district that is on watch, so that means that they were previously on the clock up to last year for at least 2 years, and now is on this district is on improvement. We have a slide, we have a reveal coming up soon, so just hang with me. And then we have broken it down for you on the number of districts that are on the clock, because the year does matter, and because we know as they progress, different things come into play. But so we have more in year one. Some will come off and some may progress. And then years 2 and 4. So we have a couple districts that we are working more intensely with and preparing, getting state review panel involved, getting them prepared for if they continue on. They will be meeting with you, the state board, if they continue on to year 5. And then we have one district that has remained at year 9 on the clock.
So when we have a district that is on year 3, that's when we have that's when we have community notification and discussion, and we don't have any districts in that position at the moment?
Not currently. I will tell you, we're making that community meeting available to really anyone. Obviously, when they're in year 3, and when we get to the schools, you'll see there are some schools that are in year 3. But for let's say the districts that are year 4, year 9, if they haven't had that kind of community meeting, we're really encouraging them to consider it, because we know that just leads to a better situation when the community knows what's going on. And the same is available to those that are year 2.
Was that a choice in the legislation, or was that a requirement?
For year 3, it's a requirement.
Okay.
But for others, since they weren't there, we are, again, highly encouraging them to do that. So I am having a conversation with the district right now about that. And I think they are wanting to do that. They're seeing that needs to happen. So we're trying to pick up those that, were further along than that year 3. And then we'll transition others in as folks progress.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to hand it back over to Marie now.
Just going to bounce back and forth and with the mic as well. So then we have information on the preliminary 2019 school plan types. And so we have seen that 1,195 schools, or 65%, received a performance plan. For improvement, we had 352, or 19%. Priority improvements, 110, 6%. Turnaround plan was at 21, which is down to 1%. And again, we had different insufficient state data populations. And the preliminary ratings do not yet have the AEC framework ratings. Those were not available at the time we were preparing this presentation, but they will be included in the final ratings that we will bring back to you in November and December. And then we also did have 20 new schools that were opened for the first time this year, and then 16 schools that were closed. So not a big net change on that one. And then looking for trends over time, we did see that there was a little bit of a decrease in the number of schools that earned performance plans, a bit of an increase in the number of schools that were improvement, and then we saw just a tiny bit of a decrease for priority improvement, and then a fairly substantial, I would say, decrease in the number of turnaround schools in comparison to previous years. So those are generally in alignment with what we have been seeing over time. Sort of with the decreasing in improvement and turnaround schools on the clock, and everything else has stayed basically about the same. And so then for participation, we are seeing about 75% of our schools are now meeting that 95% participation bar. And we had 22% with low participation, and then 3% who were decreased due to participation. So these are substantially better than we saw in 2017, but fairly on par with what we were seeing last year. And now I'm going to pass it back again.
Oh, actually, you can hold on to that one. Okay, so now let's talk through the schools on Performance Watch. Similar to the districts, the vast majority of schools are not on the clock, so over 1,600, over 90% of schools. For those that are on watch, so again, those that were previously on the clock for at least 2 years and now have a performance or an improvement plan type, we've got a fair number. So 20 of those schools were year 2. Let me just remind you too, we are keeping track of the years, because if they do fall back onto the clock next year, then that clock will resume. Okay, so you're going to see us breaking it down by the years because we need to keep track of that. I didn't really clarify that earlier. So my apologies. So we've got a good number in year 2, and our experience is that as the years go on, those numbers get smaller. So this is pretty typical. We've got 11 schools in year 3, so again, we're talking less than 1%. So those are the ones that we're really working. We're working with those districts right now to do those community meetings. We've got 2 at year 4, so there are some new requirements there where we're working with them more in advance to get a clear picture of what of those activities that they might want to pursue or propose to you if they do continue on to year 5. So the 1355 has really helped to narrow our focus in working with those schools and districts. We have 2 on year 5, so those we'll be talking to you about that, and in terms of who's coming for hearings later this year. Sorry, and I'm on watch. See, I'm getting used to this myself. So they're not coming before you because they are on watch. We're not having them do hearings, so they will not come in front of you. And then 1 on year 8 that is also that you previously directed action to and now has come off the clock. We do have 2 on hold, so that insufficient state data, and then 1 at year 5. Okay, so then going to the next slide then, these are the ones that are on the clock. So there's 83 schools, so almost 5%, so at 4.5%. 22 schools at 1.2%. 7 schools where we're working on the community meeting. Year 4, same number. 5 on year 5. Yeah. And then the year 6, 7, and 9 were progress monitoring, continuing to progress monitor. Okay. So now finally, here's a little bit of a reveal for you. So these are some of the celebrations for those schools and districts that are on watch now. So they have come off. Shout out to Aguilar. So the district and the junior, senior high, and the elementary all are in improvement now. So you have previously directed action for the high school and for the district. So they are now on watch. Montezuma Cortez Mesa Elementary is one, and then Virginia Court is another. So those are just a few highlights that you might be familiar with that we wanted to call out. Okay. So just getting into the timeline really quick, I am not going to go through in great detail on this. What I do want to point out is that we've released the preliminary frameworks, we've released the AEC frameworks. We are engaging in the request to reconsider process now, so that is happening with schools and districts, and folks are in the department are working hard on that. As far as, directly related to you, those last 2 lines are aimed at the board, and that is, and we've changed this up from the past, you will be seeing in November the schools and districts that are not participating in the request to reconsider process, so we felt like we could get those through more quickly since we just want to get those finalized. And then in December, you'll be looking at the schools and districts that did at least put in something for a request to reconsider, and then finalizing them in December. So we've changed that up a little bit. Okay.
Board Member Goff.
Question that I'm sure it has a quick, short answer. I'm confused as to why on the October SBE meeting, 2020 performance framework target setting, and then we have 2019 in November.
So, apologies, I think that's actually, well, there's a bit of a typo in that we're finalizing all of the framework ratings for 2019, but we have to finalize the metrics and the targets for next year.
Right.
And that has to happen at the November board meeting, actually. We are planning on postponing that until November. So we'll get that updated for you.
Okay.
And that's really just, it's planning process.
Right. That's what I thought. I just wondered if, I guess I was right in thinking that they can go together. We can do both. But I was wondering why they just looked out of order.
So I could see the confusion behind that. I think that we have tried to separate sort of what the framework looks like now and what the results are for now versus what we're going to be having for next year, just to try to avoid some confusion.
Board Member Sheffel.
As you could see, some folks in the audience had said, would you please clarify and make more transparent the achievement scores and these ratings so that you don't have mixed messaging. Then when we spoke about that, I spoke with CD about it and asked the question. There was a discussion about the intent of the original legislation, which was to identify the schools that needed the most help. In a way, it's a resource conversation where we want to identify the most needy schools that can be helped by this process. So some in the public are calling for this consistency, this one message kind of a plan. When you look at the legislation, what we were saying is that it seems to say, well, but really it's designed to identify this subset of schools.
Right.
Can you speak to that or pull some language that would help us respond? Because obviously we want to be clear with the public. We want the system to work so that it motivates schools and districts to perform better, and we want parents to have clear messaging about how the schools are doing where their children attend school. But it would be helpful to get some of that language from the law and hear your response to that as far as the intent of the legislation.
Board Member Schiffel, I can give a first response, but the team is welcome to do so as well. But I mean, I think that's the challenge, right? And so when we started over a year ago, with the work session we did long time ago, trying to get grounded in what your values are, what you want to see reflected in the accountability system. You know, we always kind of start these presentations with the legislative declaration, and we kind of, you know, repost that ad nauseum, just so we constantly ground ourselves in the statutory language. But I think the answer to your question is in the eye of the beholder a little bit, and I think that's exactly the debate. And you're hearing, you know, multiple sides of that debate around, is it just for identifying the lowest performing, or is it more about consistency in communication? And it's sort of all of those things. So, you know, I think we're trying to find the best both and scenario where we can come to some common ground.
Well, just follow-up question.
Please, go ahead.
And also, it's almost inputs versus outputs, right? I mean, students that have an experience that's hard to quantify when they attend a district or school. There are all kinds of variables that define how they experience that, from the culture to the sports activities to the additional extracurricular activities, the size of the class, all kinds of things that are more like inputs. These are designed to be outputs, which measure a subset of what comprises that experience. So being able to message that helps some with the public, but it's a more complex answer than just these are the achievement scores, these are the growth scores, these are the workforce readiness scores.
I really do think we should talk about that as we get closer to making any changes. What do we think? What do we believe as a board? If we have a collective perception of what the various rankings mean, that we share that. And I think we have planned to talk about that.
Because I think parents care deeply about the achievement, growth, and workforce readiness. They also care about the experience their student has when they walk into school, which is a host of variables, you know,
Yes.
which we're not quantifying.
Absolutely. It's not in our particular measure. Board Member Flores.
I think Dr. Sheffel is correct. I don't think, I really think that the public doesn't understand, given what we heard this morning. Not that 10 doesn't understand, but given the letters that we got, I think all of you received that letter about, do we really care about achievement and kids achieving? Well, of course we do, but we also care about growth, and they're intermingled. But again, it gets to the letter of the law and what we're trying to do both. And I think that's kind of hard to understand if indeed we don't provide part of the law again. I know we've had it, and we do need to talk about our own values possibly again. I really do think that we do.
But we also struggle with what's not measured, which I believe you were
That's
referring
right.
to.
Right.
And
Yeah.
this comes up
And
over
we
and over
don't
again.
want to measure all those things, I don't
Right.
think. I mean, that's not part of what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
I think we have to talk about if we ought to be helping districts do that. I don't think we want to get under the ESSA rule where everything has to be the same as it does for this.
Right.
But there may be some help that our districts do need in order to share other information that they want parents to have.
Right.
And
we could
that's an
do.
ongoing, I think it's an ongoing conversation for us.
And I was going to finish by saying that we need to share research that states strategies and that help along with the different districts and where they are. Because we can't say this strategy works for all districts, but this strategy works for this group of schools and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we're gonna try to move on just because we're behind.
Right. So the last screen on here was just for us to be able to look up more information.
Yes,
Okay.
available resources.
Thank you. All right, next one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just didn't realize it was a change. I thought it was same folks.
Just a
Wrong.
little different.
Well, I'm fine.
New cast of characters.
New cast of characters.
They're related, but different.
I know, they're all working on this stuff. So, is this where I get the numbers by any chance?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry to be so blunt, but we can get you those cut points. Just go upstairs and come down. Yeah.
Thank you.
We have them.
It just helps me a little bit to understand.
Okay, so the next presentation is our accountability clock progress monitoring update. So we've told you that for those schools and districts that you've made a decision on, we would be periodically updating you on our progress monitoring of those. So I'm going to turn this over to Alyssa Pearson and Lindsay Jackal to give us the update. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Almost lunchtime. First, I just wanted to let you all know we, Mr. Dillon talked to you a little bit about the reorganization or how we're moving things around. The accountability clock work that Brenda used to do and lead, that team is gonna, or that person, team, seems like a team, is moving with Lindsay. So you're gonna start hearing a lot more from Lindsay about the accountability clock and doing all those pieces. She's the executive director of the School and District Transformation Unit. Look at me, I got that. She can talk to you more about that if you have other questions, but I just wanted you to know that we're gonna turn it over to her and she'll be your best contact on accountability clock information.
Yes. Good morning, almost lunchtime. So as building off of the previous presentation, and as Alyssa mentioned, we wanted to provide you with a progress monitoring update on those schools and districts that have had directed action so far. And so today we're going to share, take some time to celebrate some things that, some bright spots in our data, let you know who's still on the clock, and let you know what's coming this next year as far as accountability clock hearings. And just as a reminder, after the state board directs local action to this, or directs action to the local school board, the schools and districts receive ongoing support and monitoring from CDE staff, and so accountability through rehearing processes here at with the state board. So that's where we're at right now, is in that progress monitoring bucket. So jumping back in time, a timeline reminder, because it's gotten a little complicated. In 2017, the board held hearings for 17 schools and districts. At that time, the board decided to have some of those schools come back after a single year in 2018, and some to come back after 2 years if they did not make adequate progress under that directed action. So in 2017, of those 17 schools and districts, 4 returned to the board in 2018 and 2019. So that was the Heroes K-8 and Risley in Pueblo, Adams 14 School District, and Adams City High School. Of those original 17 schools, 2 will return this year for a hearing in 2019. Hope Online Elementary School and Aurora Central High School in Aurora. 11 of those 17 have come off the clock, with one caveat, as Lisa mentioned. Some are on watch, so they've come off the clock this year, and we'll talk a little bit about that. But of the vast majority in 2017, we've had quite a few celebrations of schools and districts coming off the clock. In 2018, you had hearings for 2 schools. That was Manaw Elementary in Cortez and Martinez Elementary in Greeley. So as a reminder, under House Bill 181355, after actions beyond year 5, if a district or school continues in priority improvement or turnaround, the state board may in any year, but must every 2 years, require the district to continue their previously directed action or undertake new or additional actions, and that's that rehearing process. And in that, the state board will consider a state review panel recommendation and take into consideration length of time the district's been implementing their directed action, whether that was enough time, whether it's been implemented with fidelity, whether it wasn't rigorous enough intervention. And that's the purpose of these progress monitoring updates.
So now, who are those schools? A little bit of data. So I'm going to walk you through a few charts. I'm trying to organize them in a clear way of what happened when. But of those schools that had state board directed action in 2017, 5 came off of the clock in 2018, 3 remain off the clock, and 1 is closed. So of these schools, they will not be here for a rehearing at this point. So wanted to give you a sense of what those schools are. They're listed here. And of those districts that had directed action in 2017, all 3 came off the clock in 2018, and 2 of the 3 remain off the clock. I also just wanted to make a note, again, these are preliminary ratings. We still have to go through the request to reconsider process. I should mention that earlier. And then continuing down the path of the schools with directed action in 2017. So of those, Hope Online Middle School came off the clock in 2018 and has stayed off the clock. Aguilar Junior Senior High School and Aguilar School District at the bottom have come off the clock this year. And as Lisa explained, we are considering them on watch. So we'll continue to work with them. They're continuing to implement their plan, but they will not be back for a rehearing this year. And Aurora Central High School and Hope Online remain in priority improvement, and so they will be here for a rehearing this year.
When is that scheduled?
They have not been scheduled yet. They will typically be in the fall, but we have not scheduled them yet. And of the schools that had directed action in 2018, both came off the clock last year, and both are actually in performance this year. And so now one slide that we realize there are a lot of permutations going on. But of the schools and districts that you saw last year in 2019, there are a few different things that happened. So some of them were those rehearings. So Adams 14 School District and Adams City High School, who you will hear a deeper progress update about later today, are in priority improvement this year. Central Elementary and Adams 14 also in priority improvement. And Risley International, which you heard last year, is also in priority improvement. Reminder that Heroes closed at the beginning of the year, so they are not included. And then Gateway High School and North Middle School would have advanced on the clock, but because they came for that early action hearing, you will not hear them this year.
Is there some reason that Risley turnaround is yellow?
Yeah, a typo. My apologies. I noticed that when I was flipping through the thing, the color didn't get changed in the chart.
It makes
So
it
we'll
look
fix
a lot
that.
better.
It does. I know. But they did go up significantly in points. So I do want to call that out, that between last year and this year, if you look at their points, they did bump up significantly in points. So just a quick minute to acknowledge a lot of hard work that's been going on among these districts and schools that have had directed action. Aguilar, as mentioned, the junior, senior high school and elementary school all moved up in points this year. And the Julesburg has maintained their performance. The 3 schools in Greeley, Franklin, Prairie Heights, and Martinez, have all moved up in performance, and Prairie Heights had some of the highest growth for middle schools in the state. And Westminster Public Schools has also stayed off the clock, and Hope Online Middle School had some pretty big jump in points over the past couple of years. And so we want to acknowledge all the work that these schools have done on behalf of their students. And then, so to talk about what's coming, so Aurora Central High School, as we mentioned, and Hope Online will have those rehearings. We are maintaining progress monitoring of Risley, and you'll hear an update on Adams City High School later today. So that's what's coming for those schools and districts who are advancing to year 9. And in your packets, you have some progress monitoring documents. Yeah.
What's going to happen today with Adams City 14? Is that the hearing essentially? Or something special?
No.
That's a report.
Oh, this isn't Douglas. It's different than
Answer question? Yeah. So in your packets, you have progress monitoring reports from staff. As a reminder, we monitor progress for these districts and schools through on-site supports and ongoing conversations with both school and district staff. Many of these schools are participating in some of the CDE grant programs, and so they're receiving professional development either through CDE or through partners. They submit local data to us, and in cases where there's a management partner, we seek input from those management partners on their progress, and also included is some analysis of their performance framework data.
Can I ask a question, please?
Yeah.
When we have a junior, senior high, how do we allocate the points since they're different between middle school and high school?
It's the same as we do for the high school or for the district rating, right? Just making sure. So it's the 30, 40, 30.
But a middle school doesn't have post-secondary.
No, so we just use the high school post-secondary for the 30%. But I
Grr.
get.
I don't
know.
like that.
Okay. You can talk about that.
Let's talk about that.
Okay.
That's a kind of
Yeah.
an opt-out
Okay. Yeah.
piece, I think,
Okay.
for those schools. How many of those do we have?
I don't know, but we can look it up.
Okay, not right now, but when we talk about that.
Absolutely.
Because I think that can sort of miss.
Mhm.
I'm just troubled
Yeah.
at all the achievement red. What the heck? It's not gonna get us where we need to go. Especially if we then lower the requirement for achievement for the middle schools.
Who's gonna lower the achievement?
Hmm?
How are we gonna
If we
lower-
use the high school number instead of the middle school number, we have a lower bar for the achievement piece, and the growth piece for that matter.
Yeah. From a number of these schools, I think most of them will say they're not satisfied with their achievement and want to continue to work. They're celebrating where they've come and know that there's work to continues to move that needle on student achievement, but making progress over where they were previously.
Okay, maybe we could ask them for a way to reflect this more carefully. Because really for the high school, it's the SAT, PSAT series, which is not as hard as our CMAS. So we're just
Not as hard as the CMAS.
new. Now, I just think, if you would just think about it, and maybe have some of the districts think about it. Please.
I don't know.
Did I see your hand up, Board Member Goff? I don't know how to interpret where you are. Uh-huh.
Okay, we'll find out.
Well, we have. Yep.
Yeah, why are we doing that?
Because it jumped out at me because it was red. That's why.
So they weren't combined before, but now we're combining them?
No, I think they were always combined.
They were always
They
combined.
It
were
looks
always
like-
combined. I
Just
just
different
never
ways of
realized
scoring.
that by
Ah.
combining them, we sort of have a different measure
Yes.
for the
Yes.
612 that we have when we have them separated out.
Yes.
It just sort of jumped out at me. That's all.
It looks like there's 112 schools that have middle and high school alone. There's more that are elementary, middle, and high, but there's 112 middle highs. And there are 76 elementary, middle, high, K-12 schools.
Generally speaking, very small, I would presume. We're not talking about a lot of kids.
Some
A lot
are,
of
That-
children.
it varies, Steve. Varies.
That, I don't want to answer that quick, because that.
Yeah,
but-
challenge.
Yeah.
School in the Cherryford district is a magnet school that they have to apply for, and they are K through 8.
And then a number of our,
But they're all under at least the same standard, they're all under CMAS, K through 8.
right, which is a little different than
Then-
getting into the PSAT
Because
series.
if you go the other
PSAT.
way, you split it, you've got some CMAS and some PSAT and SAT. That's,
And a lower
yeah,
percentage for,
and lower percentage.
yeah. Sorry,
No,
it
it's
just
okay.
jumped at
And
me.
It's all right. Luckily, Lisa is right here, and she just whispered. There's still a lot of conversations for you to have about high school and the high school frameworks.
That's true.
So
We've been avoiding
this will
that
come
one.
up with that. You haven't been avoiding it. We haven't. The data needs to evolve so that we're in a place ready to have it. So you all, there's plenty of time to talk about the cut points then and how this gets split up.
Okay. Yep.
So in particular, when reviewing this progress monitoring information, especially for those who will have a rehearing, it's important to remember those considerations that if the student data is trending upwards, the directed action may be having its intended impact. And if it's not improving, it's trying to understand and weigh whether the school needs more time for implementation, whether big system takes time to implement, whether that implementation hasn't been implemented effectively or with fidelity, or whether that directed action isn't the right match for the needs or is not deep enough or moving that school rapidly enough, and there needs to be a shift in that directed action. So the progress monitoring reports are designed to help you have some background information on that implementation of those directed actions. So as far as next steps for progress monitoring, we're continuing to work with these districts and schools. There are, among all of them with directed action, there are site visits and progress monitoring visits scheduled for the year. As we mentioned, the following schools will have a rehearing sometime this fall. That's Aurora Central High School and Hope Elementary School. And then there will be 4 schools that will have a first hearing. So those schools, they have not yet been before the state board, and that includes Bill Metz Elementary in Monte Vista, Central High School in Pueblo, Lincoln High School in Denver Public Schools, and Manual High School in Denver Public Schools.
And just on the schools and districts that are coming, or actually it's only schools this year, I know some of you had asked questions during the one-on-ones with Lisa and Marie, and they have made, with Lindsay's team, made a spreadsheet or a one-pager that shows kind of who's up this year for which different kind of hearings, and so we have that for you. We just wanted to talk through it first, and then we'll pass it out right now.
Yeah, so we are welcome, we'll take any questions, and we can also take questions from you back to school and district staff as they come up just now.
Yeah, I had a question, but it's gone. It's up there somewhere. Anybody else have any questions? Yeah. Board Member Rankin?
Yeah, this Accountability Act, SB 8 163, which bases a lot of everything we're talking about in the last 2 items on the agenda, it seems to me that we're nibbling around the edges of something that needs to be redone. It's 10 years old. And I'm not so sure as 2 or 3% changes in what's growth and what's academic is the way to hit this because of the disconnect in the alignment between achievement and the frameworks. That's a question that I've had for a while, and every time I have a meeting and hear about it, I'm reconfirmed that there's a bigger problem here than us discussing small incremental steps on things that might be a bigger problem facing us. And maybe there's legislation that needs to be done to make this change. But, you know, I'm going back to what we heard today in public comment, but not that that's any different than what I've heard out in the field. And I just think we may need to revisit and readdress this maybe at the legislature. But then I also am afraid of what they might come up. I know.
Yeah.
I hear you.
I think there's a lot that you all can do within your purview, depending on how big of a change you want. I think the input-output conversation probably needs, if you wanted to switch that and go to inputs, go to the legislature. Rest you can do a lot of here.
Right.
Board Member Flores?
But I think to really go deeper, I think, into it, we have to understand that we value growth. I mean, there's no doubt that we value growth. But if we look at who's doing the growth, it's the right schools that are doing the growth because they're the ones that need the growth. And if we look at the upper echelons of school districts that have come to a certain level, we also have to understand that those schools are not growing, and they're not growing. They're lying on their laurels. That's what they're doing. And who most likely are the kids that are hurting? And it's in those schools that are lying on their laurels who are not growing. They're the kids
who need to grow, and I'm talking about minority kids, rural kids, ESL kids, kids of color, and those kids are not growing. So, you know, let's say yay for those schools that need to grow and are growing, because, you know, it's those kids that need to grow. I'm not saying that they don't need to grow faster. We need to push to grow faster so that they can get at grade level. We want them to do that. But we also have to look at the reality of what's happening at those schools at the upper echelon, and that are, sorry, but they're lying on their laurels. They're not growing. And I think that those kids that are not growing are those minority kids. If there's no growth, they do have minority kids, and those kids are the ones that are hurting. So those schools need to grow. We need to understand that as well. So it's hard. It's a hard dilemma, and I would not throw it back to the legislature at all. I think this is something we need to hammer out here, and either work with the metrics so that you know, we can have that balance, but know that the legislature gave it to us, that they also value growth, and that we have to deal with it. And I just can't imagine what would happen if we throw it back at them. And that's my thoughts on that, my 2 cents.
Thank you. Any other comments or concerns? Thank you very much. Thank you. Appreciate all the information. I'm sure we'll have some more questions as we look some more at this. Oh, a lot of dead trees. So, next item is executive session and lunch. Ms. Maramba, if you don't mind, could you call us into executive session right now, even though we're also going to eat, please?
An executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023 ACRS to receive legal advice
Just hand it over.
Yeah, here you go.
I've already read it twice.
Oh, yeah.
So the Colorado State Board of Education will hear a presentation from MGT/Adams 14 School District Succeed LLC, and then we'll have an opportunity to ask questions. This presentation is their first quarterly update on the work in Adams 14 School District. Commissioner, would you like to provide some information first?
Sure. I'm actually going to pass it over to Deputy Commissioner Alyssa Pearson for an overview, but I do want to thank all of our guests and everybody in the room. We can tell that this is a important step, and we appreciate everybody being here. So, Ms. Pearson.
Thanks. So I just wanted to give you all a little reminder about why we're here. There's a few different pieces from what happened in the 18-19 school year that have brought us to this point. So if you remember in May, the State Board approved MGT as the external management organization for Adams 14 School District, and you all asked for ongoing progress monitoring. So we worked with MGT to talk about what that progress monitoring would look like, and one of the things that we decided made sense was to do quarterly updates to the State Board. So this is the first of those quarterly updates. Additionally, last year in the November 2018 order, when you had that first rehearing for Adams City High School, you required that the lead partner shall submit a report to the local board and the state board regarding possible further actions for Adams City High School, including management by an external entity, conversion to a charter school, or recommendation for innovation status by September 1st, 2019. So today is part of that. That's another part of the conversation today. Additionally, in May, when you heard from Central Elementary School, the motion that you all directed similar action for that September 1st deadline to hear from the external management organization. So today you're going to get three things from MGT. You're going to hear the quarterly update for the district as the district EMO. Then you're going to hear the report on Central, and then you'll hear the report on Adams City High School. And then there'll be time for questions in there as well. Today is only an information item, so no decisions you need to make today, just time for you to ask questions and hear how things are going.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure we want to keep using that particular microphone.
I don't know if it was their microphone.
Sorry. Proceed, guys.
Dr. Bull?
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthus, if I may, could I do some brief introductions so you know everybody here. First, I want to welcome and say thank you for joining us. We have Board President Connie Quintana from the Adams 14 School Board. We also have board members Laura Martinez, David Rolla, and Senator Dominique Moreno in the audience today, and I just wanted to thank them for their support and attendance here. Additionally, seated right behind me is John Farrow, the external legal counsel for the Adams 14 School District. And in the audience, we have Trey Trevesia, the CEO of MGT. We also have Dr. Babette Moreno, the lead turnaround architect, for MGT, and Dr. Lamont Brown, a turnaround specialist for MGT. We have our MGT coaches with us. We have Martha Perez-Mogg, Terry Reeves, and Stephanie Reddit. And if I could ask the staff and principals from Adams 14 to just please stand and be recognized by the board. I appreciate their support and attendance here today, so thank you very much. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthus. Thank you. Oh, you know what I just forgot? I just made an embarrassing move. Do I put that on the record, or do I just act like I didn't do that?
Scratch the record, it's okay.
We can scratch the record. I need to introduce my Colorado team. I know they were going to introduce themselves, but I should probably do that. So I have Don Rangel, the MGT Project Director of the Adams 14 Schools Succeed. I'll explain that in a moment. Project Director and Acting Superintendent. I have Mr. Ron Peterson, the Turnaround Specialist for the high school. I have Dr. Ron Cabrera, the Turnaround Specialist for the elementary schools. I have Kate Greeley, turnaround specialist for the middle schools, and I have Linda Chapman, turnaround specialist for central office. And I apologize to all of you. I got just a little ahead of myself, so I'll start again with the welcome. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Commissioner Anthus. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you our findings and next steps for the Adams 14 School District, our findings and recommendations for Central Elementary, and our findings and recommendations for Adams City High School. Adams 14 Schools Succeed, previously referred to as MGT, was tasked with identifying deficiencies, misalignments, and areas that need improvement, and most importantly, to bring forward viable solutions for the Adams 14 School District. An important comment prior to launching into the report. Reports of this nature oftentimes tend to focus on what's not working. They have a tendency to bring somewhat of a negative overtone to them. And what I really want to share with you is that we've discovered in all settings, in every school, in every part of the Adams 14 School District, there are positives. There are very strong aspects, and there are very strong programs. And there are good things that are happening inside of this district in spite of its performance ratings. And there are people in every setting who are committed to improving and turning around this district. We have been welcomed by the community and the staff of the Adams 14 School District. A reminder, this report is not about assigning blame. Instead, it is a report that identifies areas for improvement and a path forward toward that improvement. The greatest asset that we have going forward are the people, the students, their parents, the community members, the teachers, the staff, and the leadership. For this work to be successful and sustainable, we have to grow the people. We need to put in place systems that support their needs to be aligned to a singular focus of learning, and learning at a high level for all students, both and inside of a culture of trust and respect. You will also hear today recommendations for your consideration for Central Elementary and Adams City High School. Spoiler alert, I would like to share those recommendations with you on the front end so that you have a framework upon which to listen to fully consider both the reports and our recommendations. And of course, at the end of each of the reports for Central and Adams City, I will reiterate our recommendations again. Our recommendation for Central Elementary. We, Adams 14 Schools Succeed, having submitted to the Adams 14 Board on Tuesday, September 3rd, 2019, and are submitting to you, the State Board, the following. Our recommendation for Central Elementary: to continue with the management of Central Elementary School by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds, with the strong support by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds paired with the University of Virginia Partnership for Leaders in Education, and with a recommendation for consideration of innovation status that we believe would provide for greater flexibility at the local level. We believe that this positions us with the greatest strength to move Central Elementary to performance status. Our recommendation for Adams City High School. We, Adams 14 Schools Succeed, having submitted to the Adams 14 School Board on Tuesday, September 3rd of 2019, and are submitting to you, the State Board of Education, the following recommendation for Adams City High School. To continue with the management of Adams City High School by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds, with the strong support provided by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds, paired with the University of Virginia Partnership for Leaders in Education, and coupled with the input from students, parents, community, teachers, staff, the leadership of the district, the Adams 14 Board of Education, and our community partners, to move forward with a transparent and robust review to make recommendations for the reorganization of the high school. The goal is to create pathways to meet the needs and expand meaningful opportunities for the diverse learners at Adams City High School. Considerations are as follows: to develop pathways, all of which result in the attainment of a diploma or equivalent; to support students in the transition from middle school to high school by maintaining the newly developed freshman academy and a focus on freshman success; to develop pathways for both career preparation towards a diploma and admission to college or university, and to enhance the career and technical education programs, creating pathways for students to receive both a diploma and industry credentialing; to expand the concurrent enrollment opportunities both on the campus of Adams City High School and with our higher ed partners; to develop a robust credit retrieval program providing for re-engagement of the students on their identified pathways; to implement at Adams City High School a quality completion program for students who are overage and under credit, and to expand the opportunities for students to attend Lester Arnold High School, the Adams 14 Alternative Education Campus. We believe these considerations position us well to support the movement of Adams City High School to performance status. As I stated earlier, I will share those again at the close of the presentations for both Central Elementary and for Adams City High School. And now to the report. Our report is an assessment of our time at Adams City in the Adams City School District. The overview for our presentation is obviously the introduction, and then we will talk about the district needs and the progress we see necessary Our report will be organized in this manner. We will talk briefly about the performance frameworks that I know that all of you have seen. We will give an overview of the Board of Education, central office, operations of the district. You will hear about the high school, our findings for the middle school, elementary school, and our work with community engagement. At the close of that, Madam Chair, my understanding is we will stop and take questions for the overarching Adams 14 School District, followed then by our report for Central Elementary, stop and take questions, and then followed again by our report for Adams City High School. Wonderful, perfect. As I stated earlier, MGT has formed a special entity to serve the Adams 14 School District. This is in partnership with the University of Virginia, as well as our partner School Cubed and 2 Partner. And going forward, we will be referred to as the Adams 14 School Succeed. You're very familiar with this. These are the elements of the state order. I don't think that I need to read those for you since you were the ones who provided these for us. But I wanted to at least call attention to the acknowledgement of the order that you provided. You see here the beginning of our work plan. In this plan, we have our major project work streams. Those are listed to the left. In the middle, you see our progress monitoring, and then the continual status updates to the Colorado Department of Ed, as well as to the State Board. And then our other reports, this one being the critical needs analysis, soon to be followed by a gap analysis on Halloween. And then before the holidays, culture and climate. And then, of course, at the end of the year, a year-end summary that would be after we get the performance data for the Adams 14 School District. I introduced, but we'll give you a organizational chart of the team deployed at Adams 14. I serve as the Colorado Executive Director, managing the 3 projects. As I said in the introduction, Don Rangel is the Project Director for Adams 14 and has moved into the position of Acting Superintendent. Our consult with lead turnaround architect is Dr. Babette Moreno. And then you see the organization of our turnaround specialist, organized by level, and including in that is Leanne Lenti from the University of Virginia. And on the instructional intervention side, you see the identification of our ELA coaches, including Schools Cubed with Patty Montgomery, and our math coaches, including to partner with Kim Broker and Rachel Risley. And just recently, we have engaged with Dr. Darlene Ledoux to work with us as we're preparing our ELL proposal to submit to the Office of Civil Rights. I'll make some comments about that in just a little bit. And with that, I will turn this over now to Mr. Rangel to continue with the report.
Well, Madam Chair, board members, and Commissioner Anthus, as stated earlier, my name is Don Rangel, and I'm going to be serving in the role of the Adams 14 Succeeds as the Adams 14 Succeeds Project Director and Acting Superintendent of Adams 14 School District. The Adams 14 School Succeeds team is responsible to guide and direct the work that needs to be done to improve student learning and performance, with the ultimate goal of moving Adams 14 School District from an earned rating of accredited with priority improvement to a rating of accredited on the district performance framework. This critical work is being done in partnership with the Adams 14 Board of Education and with district staff. My goal today is to provide you a progress report on our work from July 1st to September 1st, 2019. Information for the report was gathered by the team through analysis of data, individual interviews with school and district leaders and staff, and meeting with a variety of stakeholders. I will present findings and recommended next steps in the following areas: the Board of Education, Central Office, Operations, and then I will give an overview of the work being done in our high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools, and I will end with an overview about the work that is happening in the area of community engagement. The slide that you're looking at is a data slide, and that slide provides a snapshot of both the district and school performance frameworks by level. The slide shows trend data for a 4-year period for the Adams 14 School District and for each school at the high school, middle school, and elementary school level. One little piece of data that is missing in there is the results for Lester Arnold High School, because that came out afterwards, and they also are in priority improvement. The trend pattern for Monaco Elementary shows a steady positive incline, and though Kemp Elementary showed a decline in 2018-19, the school earned a rating of performance for the second straight year. For all other schools, the pattern holds steady over time without showing the improvement necessary to move to the next rating level. Of the 11 schools, 5 are in priority improvement, 4 are in improvement, and 2 have earned a rating of performance. The data has resulted in an accreditation rating of priority improvement for the 3rd consecutive year, and the district is remaining on the state accountability clock for the 9th consecutive year. This data serves as the baseline for the work of the Colorado-based Adams 14 School Succeeds Project team. The target is to earn a district accreditation rating of improvement to an accreditation rating. In other words, we need to move from orange to yellow to green. Harry. I will start with our findings or immediate areas for improvement with the Board of Education. There is a need to move from a Board of Education managed district to a Board of Education governed district. There could be many reasons why the board has taken a more pervasive role in managing the school district. These reasons include a void in effective leadership at the superintendent level, lack of trust in district office administrators, a breakdown in the chain of communication, and we have on occasion individual board members driving decisions based on personal interests. Whatever the cause, a driver for success in the Adams 14 School District will be to the degree that the board governs versus managing the school district through setting effective policies aligned with state law, establishing the strategic goals of the district based on student needs and with community input, adopting a budget based on the strategic goals, and hiring a quality chief executive or superintendent to lead and manage the school district. Consistent with findings of the state review panel, we have found that there is a pervasive disconnect in district leadership providing sufficient or consistent guidance on the day-to-day operations of the school district. This could be attributed to some of the following reasons: a lack of leadership at the superintendent level, an organizational flow chart that does not clearly define roles and responsibilities, and less than effective avenues for communication between departments. We're still on the same slide, Harry. Not yet. Communication between the Board of Education and community organizations, other governing bodies, and businesses seems to be strained. Trust and damaged relationships have occurred over time, and this has eroded public confidence by some in the district and Board of Education. Additionally, it is reported that stakeholders at the school level and others bypass the district level administrators and go directly to individual board members. To be fair to the board, it is reported that they do not always have full, accurate, or timely information. To date, these issues are being addressed and progress is being made. The Adams 14 Succeeds team is participating in the hiring process to fill vacant positions. Response time to board questions and concerns has improved. Board regular meetings have improved both in efficiency and focus. And an intentional decision was made by the Board of Education to move to one business meeting and one study session per month. The study session will be designed to fully educate and inform the board on the current issues and the larger decisions that need to be made. Next steps with the school board will include developing avenues to renew and improve board, staff, and community relationships, and specific and comprehensive training on the practices and characteristics of highly effective school boards. Now we can move, well, now we're on the right slide. Findings or immediate areas for improvement at the central office. There is visible erosion in trust between district leadership and school leadership. This is due to a lack of effective communication and lack of clear direction on the key work of the district. In other words, having a clear picture of the direction the district is moving, understanding why the district is moving in that direction, and who is responsible for the work to be done. There is a feeling of initiative fatigue that has been driven by the need for quick fixes, paired with a lack of follow-through. This lack of trust, clear direction, and follow-through has often led school leaders to make decisions separately from the district. An example of this is having 7 elementary schools with 3 different math curriculums and 4 different report cards. There is an immediate need to bring the district unified improvement planning process into alignment with state law and CDE guidelines. This includes involving the recommended participants in the district accountability process with appropriate ratios of staff to parents, and following the process of identifying learning areas to be addressed based on the data from the district performance framework, root cause analysis, determining major improvement strategies, and action planning that includes identifying specific district staff responsible for the monitoring and implementation of the major improvement strategies. In addition, there is a clear need for increased district administrator presence in the schools, not just for monitoring, but more importantly for developing a learning and support relationship with building leaders and staff, and understanding the challenges in a specific school in order to bring clarity on the work that needs to be accomplished. Finally, there is a need for clear organization and articulation in curriculum development and materials adoption that is aligned with a comprehensive assessment plan. Having curriculum and materials aligned with the Colorado State standards, and having in place assessments designed to give teachers information and make instructional adjustments and determine needed interventions is of paramount importance to our future success. Progress in each area mentioned is being made. As of last night, the Board of Education made a decision to approve updates to the district accountability policies to bring them into alignment with state law and CDE guidelines. We have brought the curriculum and material selection process into alignment with board policy. Unit design and alignment with state standards of the newly adopted McGraw-Hill's Wonders and Maravillas literacy curriculum is underway and will continue through the year. And refinement of district professional development to meet the needs of teachers at each level is also underway. And finally, in addition to the steps mentioned, reviewing the current state of assessments across the district has started. Reviewing the current organizational flow chart to make an additional reorganization changes has started, and determining avenues for effective communication between schools and the district office has started. And I do want to stop and mention that our district leadership and our school board has been full partners in this work. And there is an eagerness to change the narrative of Adams 14 School District. Slide number 10, Harry. Say that one more time.
MTSS process district-wide?
That is the multidisciplinary system that is used to meet the needs of kids that need intervention. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Dr. Anthus. Finding or immediate areas for improvement in the area of operations. There is a need for a refined process for short and long-term budgeting. The current budget and finance staff have worked hard to keep essential functions happening in the absence of a chief financial officer. The district did conduct a hiring process to hire a CFO, and as of Monday of this week, an offer was made and accepted to fill this important position pending board approval. Once officially started, the new CFO, in partnership with the Adams 14 Succeeds team and the acting superintendent, will develop a clear and explicit budgeting process that will include user's voice and strategic distribution of resources that will be presented to the board for consideration. In addition, we have worked very closely with district safety staff to plan and implement initial safety and security protocols. We have also had an initial meeting with key representatives of Commerce City and Adams County law enforcement and fire protection. And we are currently formalizing a district safety committee and an incident command structure that will also serve so that we're prepared for those times that we need it. Next steps in the area of operations include aligning a budget with district strategies and priorities, prioritize and align talent management and recruitment practices, the need to hire a special education director, and continue to gather feedback from and improve communication with schools. Okay, we're going to move on to schools. As you are aware, the Adams 14 School Succeeds team includes supporting schools at each level with an assigned turnaround specialist directly responsible in partnership with the principal to improve all aspects of the school and develop a laser-like focus on student learning. The following is an overview of findings and next steps for the elementary, middle, and high schools in Adams 14. More specific details about Central Elementary and Adams City High School will be forthcoming when the level turnaround specialists that have this direct responsibility for these schools will give their report. So we're going to start with the high school. At the high school, there is a need to evaluate current systems, structures, and accountability practices, eliminate deficiencies in the current lesson planning model, increase college and CTE pathways, and improve communication between Adams City High School and Lester Arnold High School. To date, we have increased regular instructional coaching, taken steps to increase student attendance, and we are in the process of adjusting scope and sequence in the currently used curriculum resources. In addition, we are working with the school leadership and coaches to define and develop best first-year instruction that is critical in schools with a high percentage of students in need of learning intervention. In addition, we are working to provide clear and collaborative planning structures, including the practice of backwards planning, which means we start with the end outcome in mind to ensure alignment with content standards and grade level expectations. Next steps include coordinating with external partners to enhance CTE pathways, continue work in establishing school-wide expectations and routines, improving professional learning community processes, and working to improve stakeholder involvement. This will include intentional stakeholder involvement in providing feedback and input on the reorganization of the high school to improve post-secondary readiness, as Dr. Bull alluded to earlier. Middle schools. At the middle level, there is a need for a scope and sequence in current curriculum resources, recognizing that the current math and language arts curricular resource is not aligned to Colorado State standards or the Colorado State assessment, that there is currently no science curriculum or definitive standards to teach to, and no adopted writing program. Finally, as with the high school, there is a need for an effective and consistent lesson planning model and plan for implementation. Currently, we have worked in partnership with district and school leadership and coaches to create new common formative assessments to measure student learning, analyzed CMAS writing exemplars in the 4 core areas, committed to next generation science standards for grade 6 and the Colorado State standards for grade 7 and 8, and have begun working with teachers on the backward planning process as well. Next steps will include, but not be limited to, continuing to refine clear lesson planning model, establish alignment between planning and grade level standards, begin work on CMAS aligned benchmark assessments, frequent and regular instructional coaching, improving as we do at all levels, improving the professional learning community process, adopting a writing program, and implementing English language learner supports in all classrooms. Area elementary schools. At the elementary schools, there is a need for leadership development to ensure systems coherence and strategic focus across 7 elementary schools, increase the monitoring of instruction and the use of data to drive instruction. Currently, we are working in partnership to align district and school areas of academic focus. We have coordinated with the Office of Civil Rights to finalize an English language learner draft plan, and is with the high schools and middle schools work to develop and to refine a clear model for lesson planning that utilize backward planning to ensure alignment with grade level standards and expectations. And with all levels, you're hearing a common theme with some of the work that needs to be done. Finally, school-wide expectations and routines have been established. Our principals have worked very hard on that. Next steps will include continued support for school leaders to identify and focus on instructional priorities, on coaching and planning, and the coordination of other instructional support team members to improve instructional effectiveness and intervention. I'm going to go on to community engagement. Marketing and communication to the community has been an area that has been lacking historically. The district did take a solid step forward by hiring an effective director of communication in November of 2018. As has been mentioned earlier in the presentation, inconsistent or ineffective communication and interaction between school staff, district staff, and the Adams 14 community has been a pervasive challenge. Beyond marketing and communication, there is a need to take steps to authentically engage with parents, students, and community members. This work will include developing meaningful avenues for stakeholders to participate in giving input that shapes the direction of the school district and the experiences we provide students as we prepare them for their life after graduation. Currently, the turnaround team has been involved in communication engagement activities with the support and knowledge of the school board and in partnership with the communications director and district staff. Ongoing work will be to increase the number of bilingual staff and increase written communication in both English and Spanish. This week, we will host the first scheduled Adams 14 Parent Academy meeting. The Parent Academy is designed to educate parents who have been invited district-wide on all aspects of the educational system. Next steps will include working to maintain consistency in district staff responsiveness, provide clarity and consistency in what is communicated to the community and throughout the organization, gather perception data about the district and individual schools, increase participation by parents of a school community by providing information on how to become involved in school-based organizations such as PTO and PTA and the School Accountability and the School Accountability Committee. Create a welcoming and safe environment for parents to seek help, ask questions, and express concerns about the experience of their child and the decisions made at the school or district level. And improve the chances of increasing enrollment or stabilize district enrollment by assessing communication tools currently being used and planning for the rebranding of Adams 14. I do want to say, after all of that, ultimately, keeping students safe at school and improving learning for all students will be the most important message communicated to our stakeholders. And with that, I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Bull to summarize.
And to briefly close this portion of the report, as you heard, we were focusing on effective instruction. We were paying close attention to creating a school culture and climate that supports learning. We are developing plans to increase capacity of the individuals in the district and developing plans to go out and actively recruit teachers that we will need for the future. We bring a focus on accountability, and that's both internal and external accountability. And we have established turnaround targets for our English language arts performance and growth, our math performance and growth. We are close to the approval of an English language learners plan to submit to the Office of Civil Rights And when I say close, I'm optimistic that we will have that submitted, I hope, within the next 2 weeks. It would be a significant accomplishment for Adams 14 to get this plan into the hands of the Office of Civil Rights to seek their approval. And of course, we will continue to monitor the student culture by monitoring student behavior and attendance. And with that, we close our portion of the Adams 14 School District report. Madam Chair, and I'll let you take it from here.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Okay, I'll start. Tell me about staff turnover. I see that that's talent development, but are you keeping track? Are there things you see?
We will monitor starting from the turnover rate from last year and monitor that going into this year. I know at some schools, and specifically I believe Dr. Cabrera will speak to this at Central Elementary. From last year to this year, it's one of the lowest turnover rates that they've seen. And so we are seeing some settings where that is occurring, where the turnover rate is declining, but that is absolutely something that we will monitor. We will monitor turnover rate for staff and also staff attendance.
Thank you. Can you remind me from where you're starting in terms of the turnover rate?
You know what, I don't have that with me.
I don't remember either.
Yeah, we can get that for you.
Thank you. Any questions? Board Member Rankin, are you gearing up?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Mr. Bull, I was looking at page 4, the performance frameworks. You don't have to go back there if you don't care to, but in a couple situations, I see rapid decline. And my first thought when I thought that was an excellent chart to see where you've been, and you don't know where you're going unless you know where you've come from. And I looked at the last two, and it's strong progress. So you've got a whole spectrum there. How are we going to capitalize on the strong progress and hold them up?
So one of the things, if you look at the performance framework for each school and for the district over a 10-year period of time, what you see are inconsistencies. You see ups and downs, and you see plateaus, and then you see a steep rise and a steep decline. What that indicates to us is an absence of consistency in terms of programs, specifically curriculum, solid instruction, and also the change both in staff, the turnover rate in staff. And one of the things that probably struck me the most on my immediate arrival into Adams 14 was the rate of turnover of leaders in the district. And so, I would attribute the inconsistency, if you will, to principals. When I met with the elementary principals, the conversation started with, I am the 6th principal in 6 years. I am the 5th principal in 4.5 years. I believe the longest tenure in the district is a middle school principal who is in their 4th year. And what really struck me was when the principal shared that they described their staff as traumatized, and I asked them to explain that. And they said that every time they start in a particular direction, there's a change in leadership. And so I think some of the variances here that you see is directly attributable to that. A comment from an external group that came in to do a needs analysis for us. In summation, they said that one of the things that would be really important would be for us to quote unquote stop the bleeding. There's just such rapid change, and so I think you see that in the data. If we extended this back again for a 10-year period of time, it's a compelling description, I think, of what has gone on in Adams 14.
And what do you have in the back of your mind that says we can do something to change that?
Well, I'm very optimistic with the leadership currently in the buildings. As I stated earlier in my comments, one of the things that we have to pay attention to is increasing the capacity of the people who are there. We have young leaders in our buildings, and what we need to do is to provide them support. Our turnaround specialists are focused specifically on that. A lot of executive coaching, mentoring, modeling, and our hope is that we will grow these leaders into successful leaders that will be committed to stay in Adams 14. I think the other thing that's obvious for all of us, and at some point in time, and I say this because I don't yet know who the subsequent board will be. There are 4 seats up in the election in November. We have packets for 3 candidates. Candidates for 3 seats. The 4th seat is a 2-year seat, and we have no candidates for that. So not only will we be welcoming a brand new Board of Education that will be seated in December, but one of their first acts is going to be to announce a vacancy and have to fill then a 2-year seat. So the work that we are currently doing to support the board is work that we will do through November, and then we will turn around in December and start again with that work. But it is that board. It is I refer to them as the December board that will be tasked at some point in time during their tenure as a board with a decision to hire the next superintendent of the Adams 14 School District. And we can't underestimate the impact of that decision. Again, I think that you can see evidence of changes at the superintendent level, not as frequently as at the building level. But with those types of changes in leadership, I think it provides explanation as to the current state of the district.
Thank you.
Board Member Sheffield? I'm sorry, instead of this, I'm seeing this is my signal.
Okay, good.
Is that fair?
That's
Okay,
fair.
okay.
That's fine.
I'm learning. I'm a slow learner, but I'm.
So thanks for the presentation. You have a lot of your staff here. If they were to speak, what would they be saying as far as the work that you've been doing for the past several months? Would they be saying, still waiting to see, really feel like I'm getting good support, still trying to get through the noise? I mean, what are people really saying? As you know, it's really what's going on in classrooms and the buy-in that you have, the sense of enthusiasm, the sense that people are getting support that they've never had, that they're able to do things they haven't been able to do in the past. What are you sensing as far as morale, and what are people in the trenches saying as far as you can tell?
So what I'd like to do is let my turnaround specialists who are working most closely with the schools answer that question, if you're okay with that.
Sure.
Dr. Cabrera, if you want to start with the elementary, and then Kate will go to middle school and on to high school.
I think that's a wonderful question, because I think some of the type of things you're going to see that's moving the district forward isn't always tangible, like a product. But here's what we've been doing at the elementary level. I think there's been a lot of personal support. How can you help me be a better leader? And I'll share with you a little statistic in my report specifically, because in comparison and contrast to what I'm doing at Central, but I'll share it with you right now. The average tenure at the elementary system for principals is 1.9 years. 1.9 years. For the assistant principals, it's 1.4 years. Now, these aren't people without talent, but they're a place where it isn't necessarily the experiences they have to help feel that they have full capacity. So they need some assurance through the process of executive coaching, helping to elicit from them some of the solutions, obviously. And on the mentoring side, my dissertation's on mentoring research and effectiveness, is to also provide the type of examples that they can draw from to help make their own decision making. We do provide professional support. Some of that has been just development of systems, and that's the one thing that I heard them say across the board. We need to have more systems. Systems that we can have a sense of standardization across the schools, so we can support one another, systems that we can have to go from schools to central office, and have assurance that that will be a consistent response and those types of things. So we're beginning to develop those things. Now, I must say to you that the caution is to automatically have the answer. And at least my approach is that they need to help design that answer, because at some point in time, Adams 1460s is going to walk away and it's all theirs. And so that's really been the other part of saying, we're developing your skills and understanding of why you do your things, and help you get your focus around your leadership. The last thing I want to say is that we are really looking at narrowing the span of the perceived sense of overwhelmness, okay? And I don't know how many are familiar with a gentleman named Michael Fullen. I think some of you might be. He does a lot of turnaround things and transitions for schools, large organizations. So we've taken his work around the coherence framework to help, at least at the elementary level, to create some focus, to work with staff, to create accountability, to deepen the talent development, and certainly direction. Okay.
Thank you.
Kate, please.
At the middle school level, I believe what my colleagues and principals would say is currently they're happy to have a priority on instruction. That's what I'm hearing because it's been a focus on operations. What can we solve quickly instead of how do we focus everything we do in the school on instruction? I believe that is what they would say, and they're appreciating the focus on instruction. That being said, at the teacher level, I think they would say that they're appreciating the focus on collaboration. That, again, we're not coming in with the answers, but we're saying we're doing this as a team, so we've set aside time in the day for the first time in a long time where they're collaborating and lesson planning together. And I hope, and I do believe, what they would also say is they're being heard.
Excellent. That's great.
Mr. Peterson, the high school.
Good afternoon. From a high school's perspective, what I would hope you would hear would be, number one, is that we have a partnership, we're working together, that it's we working together, identifying the areas that need to be focused on. I believe that you would hear it is a liaison position between communication to help bridge that between the central office in the building level in multiple areas. There's no question with the experience that a lot of the turnaround specialists have, as having been in schools, myself in high schools, is bringing another voice to effective systems that have been proven. So it's that another voice. You've heard it across with my colleagues as well. But that voice, to have another person to have a conversation with that has been down that road before. What I would hope you would also hear is sometimes with where we are right now is just a sounding board, a person to talk to, a person to share the ideas, and a person to disagree with at times, a person to be able to affirm some decisions that are being made there. And I think most of all that in order to put in systems to hear the voice of the teachers. Ultimately, you said the people down in the trenches, what will they hear? I can tell you what we're focused on at the high school is listening to the voices of the people that are in the trenches, implementing systems for those teachers to get feedback back to our leaders.
Great, thank you, I appreciate it.
Board Member McClellan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I suspect my question may be for Mr. Rangel. With respect to staff retention, are you currently staffed in every classroom? And can you tell me what your maximum class size is?
I guess I am on. We are currently fully staffed at our schools. We're not fully staffed yet at the district office because we're missing a special education director. And right now, as far as class size, I can't give you that answer, but I will find it for you.
Is it possible that there are as many as 45 students in a math class, for example? Is that possible?
Not at the middle school.
At any school?
Certainly not at the elementary school.
I have not viewed that at the high school.
You haven't viewed 45 students in a math class?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you know about what the maximum is?
I would have to, I can get to you the average, but math classes that I'm looking at in most classes across the building, I would say would be anywhere between 28 and 35.
35. It would be helpful for me to know what the maximum class size is.
Okay.
That would be helpful.
In all levels, all subject areas?
Maximum class size for each level would be helpful.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anyone else have any questions? Hi. You weren't playing with this. I just can't keep this up.
Sorry. Hello, thank you all. Thank you all very much for coming in. It seems like time flies, but on the other hand, it's exciting to have you here for this time. The high school again, registration. Rumor has it, it went very smoothly. And, you know, it would be interesting to hear what types of things, whether there was a mechanism that was whether it was resurrected or, you know, you talked about new input into things, but I just want to say that I heard very positive things about kids were competent and aware and sure of where they were meant to be at a certain time, and there wasn't just the impact of a good system in place and efficient movement. So if there's anything special you'd like to highlight about what happened there, scheduling and course
I would absolutely love to highlight.
course signups.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, thank you.
Of course, I would love to highlight, because what I observed, having been involved in this profession for 38 years, was in a very effective registration system that was practiced multiple times. This is part of my presentation as well, but very accommodating to the Adams City community. When I say that, 5 different opportunities, a variety of times at night, weekends. In my career, I've never seen that before. Walking through systems like you would in a coaching situation, step by step, making sure everything is done, having the foreseeability to anticipate any potential problems and head them off ahead of time. Once we had done that, probably what I would attribute most of it was implementing the first ever Freshman Academy program, which obviously, those of you that are familiar with that, brings the freshman class in with upperclassmen leaders in the building for twofold. One is to build a sense of belonging for the freshman class, which is critical when you start talking about attendance and having students get off on the right foot in a high school. That feeling of acceptance, knowing where their classes are, knowing people that are there to support them is very important. That was very important. That was critical to the first day success. I will tell you this, I mean, having pictures of that very first day, that those hallways were clear, kids were in class, and teachers, and maybe the most important thing, that teachers were given the script: I want you in class, I want you to learn, and as long as you are in class, I will make sure you learn.
Thank you.
You're
I'm
welcome.
excited to hear more about all of that.
I'll be happy to share.
Thank you.
Dr. Bull, next section.
Okay, I'll now take us, Dr. Ron Cabrera will give you a brief overview of the work at Central Elementary School, and then I will again make our recommendations specific to Central Elementary.
Thank you, Dr. Bull. Go ahead. So good afternoon, Madam Chair Schroeder, members of the Board of Education, Commissioner Anthus. It's really my pleasure to be here with you this afternoon to again to reintroduce myself. I'm Ron Cabrera. I'm a member of the Adams 14 Schools Succeed team. My role is to work closely with all 7 Adams 14 elementary schools, especially Central Elementary School, since it is currently categorized as turnaround status. I'd like to share with you that I started working with Principal Dina Valadez and Assistant Principal Ryan Green in late July, and around July 22nd. This work this year has been very collaborative, and I think you've heard that as a constant theme. There is a real sense of collaboration and cooperation. By way of their conversations, a review of school documents and analysis, I've ascertained a very good understanding of Central Elementary School, where it's been in its academic journey and certainly where it desires to be in terms of progress. I'm pleased to say that and encourage that the building leadership has targeted Central Elementary School to grow into the performance category of this school performance framework. They are mission driven. They certainly have a sense of target what they want to do. They understand the nature of the task in front of them as well. As you recall from the May 6th presentation, when they were here, there was evidence of some of the tactics being employed by the school. A systematic approach for positive behavioral management, increased teacher professional development, and an initial implementation of a K-2 primary grade literacy program known as Super Kids was demonstrating some early indicators of success, and frankly that has proven to be the case, and I'd like to speak to some of that in the next few minutes. So you can see in the slide in front of you is a slice of that performance framework and where these stand, and a closer look is probably worthy of some dialogue. Over the course of the 4 years, you can see evidence of positive growth each year, albeit small. Nonetheless, over the course of time, there's been 7.7% growth over that time. And that's in spite of any number of, I say, false starts, some unevenness, as you've heard reported earlier, that it's still making progress. This shows success in setting the stage for more substantial growth as more of the turnaround strategies gain traction. So let's move towards the next slide, please. Some of the findings. So the school is seeking stability, and you've asked the questions around retention, and that's important because there is a history of substantial turnover of teachers and leaders. However, this has changed, I think, substantially, particularly from last year to this year, but the trend was moving in that direction for the previous 2.5 years. So this year, there's only 2 new certified staff this year for 2019-20. That's good because that creates a foundation of continuing growth of the work that preceded them in the previous year. For the 3rd year at Central Elementary School, we have the same leadership team. You have Ms. Valadez and Mr. Green, but prior to that, there have been 5 principals in 5 years. So you can see that that type of instability is hard for any programmatic traction to occur if any of the leaders there thought they had a different idea or a better idea. So school stability is an important piece of a finding. There's a need for curriculum alignment and consistent use of instructional materials. Again, as noted earlier, the district has, in 7 elementary schools, had 3 math programs, 3 literacy programs, and for Central specifically, they've been using the Beyond textbooks, and slowly is integrating a K-5 literacy program. Last spring, they brought for K2, primary grades, the Super Kids program. Later this year, we'll bring in a 3-5 complement to that, which will be wonders. And so in terms of program, in terms of philosophical approach, it's very consistent, and that will help, again, create a stronger base for instructional practice. They're seeking effective instructional practice, that is, and I would say their current level is at the basic or foundational level of instruction, because there has been enough change in the building that it's hard to get everyone to be at the same place. But now they've been working on it, and there's evidence of professional development to address research-based instructional practice. And as you can see with my comments around the literacy program, there's an opportunity to have it take root because there's less turnover. Capacity building has occurred, but now is much more focused and consistent. They restructured their school schedule to allow for professional learning communities to come together during the school day. You might be aware that there's contractual limitations that keep teachers from meeting on a regular basis after school. So it takes some schedule jiu-jitsu, if you will, to make some moves and changes to create the space in the day for teachers to come together to talk about those important things that affect student success and to also learn from each other. There is certainly evidence of school outreach to the school community, including enough staff members who are bilingual that easily connect with the Spanish-speaking community. You probably recall that from the May presentation, about 70 to 80% of the school community is Latino, many of whom are second or Spanish-speaking as well, and so that's important. This year, this fall, there has been evidence of significant increase in parent-family involvement. As an example, in their parent-teacher organization, a groundswell of parents showed up, really a larger crowd than they've ever had, so that's a good sign. What we see ourselves moving towards, some achievement and working on, certainly the notion of positive staff climate and culture is important. The work on the climate for both staff and students has been built and is carrying over from last year. And so here's what I observe. It's nurturing, it's welcoming, there's a positive feeling tone even amongst staff and staff with community. They're building in a process for frequent communication. For staff, it's frequent, it's two-way, and for parents also having those same sort of structures, that creates trust. Climate and culture, with respect to students, is built around a behavioral system, positive behavior intervention support, PBIS, and so you would observe that there's a decline in student office referrals from the last 3 years, so that's evidence, and a beginning of a downward trend for in-school and out-of-school suspensions. Clearly, if kids feel welcomed, they feel they belong, they're more likely to want to be in class and learn. Positive student recognition, is also an undercurrent there to create a calmer, respectful learning environment. So Principal Valadez has a regular place where and time during weeks to where kids receive recognition and ceremonially get that recognition publicly. We will continue to review every component going on at the school, systems and processes as we talked about earlier. We're working towards talent development. So it's hard to be better if you don't have the skills to be better. So ongoing, along with obviously some specific professional development around our literacy program, we have math support occurring with our 2 partner colleagues. And these practices are being not only encouraged to be used right away, but also as part of our professional learning communities to help teachers gain skill and new knowledge and then practice with embedded coaching. Leadership development is based on one-on-one coaching. As I mentioned before, we're really looking at Michael Fullen's coherence framework. And if you've read any of his materials, he talks about the 4 drivers of change, or setting direction, a clear focus. So Principal Valadez and Assistant Principal Green have said, you know, we are really, to the staff, we're working on a few things with a lot of time and attention, and I'll get to that in just a little bit. Collaborative culture. We got to build the capacity of teachers. Part of them is sharing their own work amongst each other, but also building leaders within that staff. The third one is around deepening the learning, that we call this the precision of pedagogy. So the nature of the teaching doesn't get dissipated, but rather addresses the unique needs of kids. And then we're also working on securing accountability. We are certainly aware of external accountability. We call that CMAS. We call that access, the DIBELS, that feedback, and those are all necessary type of accountability factors. But we are really working on internal accountability, that is the commitment to the change and support of one another, so that elevates consistent practice. Our next steps. It's about academic focus on instruction. I think you heard my colleague Kate really speak to that. We have told staff that we are really working on 3 things this year to spend the time and attention towards it. The essential elements of instruction, EEI, to have a standardized basis framework for lesson planning design. That has been something that we've not done before. Secondly, we work towards the development of academic language, so using some strategies to undergird that. Things like sentence frames and sentence starters, oral language development, oral CEs, and those types of things are all part of working for all our kids, because many of our kids don't come with the background with that in mind, and also with our second language learners. And then literacy, clearly reading, being good readers, being strong writers, and certainly applying those things to math is all the name of the game. I just want to say as a footnote, our partners, particularly the group called 2Partner, which helps us with math, is tying in their work to connect with the development of academic language. So people began to connect the dots. I mentioned to you about accountability. We're using our external accountability, the data for progress monitoring. There's a rigorous system of reviewing it and making on a weekly basis to seeing how progress is going in progress monitoring. But also I mentioned internal accountability, which I think is the new factor, certainly new vocabulary word that I'd say we're using, but really getting our teams to work with one another and exchange professional ideas. We're no longer working in isolation using our best guess in our work. School climate and culture, we'll continue to work on that. Calm, safe learning environments allow for better learning. Talent development, effective instruction gets better when more skill is evident and practiced, and we insist that we're teaching that grade level rigor. So that elevates practice that way. Last but not least, I'd say part of our work also in terms of our progress monitoring is to prioritize on turnaround targets in the English language arts, mathematics, and student behavior to get to our next level. By doing that, we really have an optimistic view of moving to the next level of performance. Now, I would say also that, as is noted before, earlier, the staff has had conversation about innovation status. And certainly where it might play if some of the things we're doing right now don't get enough traction. We know we have limitations with the school schedule. We know that the schools and the teacher contract gets in the way in terms of allowing some flexibility, both instructionally and time to get together. So we would view this as a possibility to help with our own development of our skills, but also provide different type of interventions if that were to come into pass, if we moved in that direction. Okay, so we'll return to Dr. Bull, and he can summarize our Central Elementary section.
So consistent with our conversation district-wide, again, you'll see that, excuse me, at Central Elementary School, our focus is on effective instruction. Dr. Cabrera pulled that theme throughout. Focus on school culture and climate. We know that students are coming to school and students feel as if they belong at Central. Again, a focus on talent development, and it's a theme that you'll hear throughout. We have to grow the people inside of the organization, and we need to support them in that growth. A focus on accountability, both internally and externally. We have established targets for turnaround work, and that is in performance in English language arts and math, and again, the focus on student behavior. And then the comment shared just towards the end, consideration of movement towards innovation status. What we are looking at there is to gain flexibility on local policy issues, specifically around trying to get additional time for student learning and professional development of staff. We find currently there are limitations there that make the work challenging. And so this is a consideration that we will bring to the staff. Again, our recommendations specific to Central Elementary is to continue with the management of Central Elementary School by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds. With the strong support provided by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds, and that support includes Dr. Cabrera, it includes our partners with Schools Cubed and our partners with 2Partner, coupled with the work with the University of Virginia, Partnership for Leaders in Education, and pairing that with our recommendation to the staff for consideration of innovation status to provide greater flexibility at the local level, specifically to address local policy. We believe that this positions us with the greatest strength to move Central Elementary to performance status. Madam Chair, that's the close of our report for Central Elementary.
Questions? Comments? Board Member Flores.
Okay. So, when you talk about, I guess it's the schools and the unions, I heard that you said that you had time commitment problems because, and I heard because of unions and teachers and commitments to that. Do you give teachers their a key to come in to the school and to their classrooms? Do they have keys so they can come in if they have time at 7 o'clock at night, Saturday or Sunday? Can they come in and work?
Yes, and might I clarify before Dr. Cabrera, I think, responds specific to the keys. I want to be careful in suggesting that our commentary was specific to unions or to the teachers. Our comment is with the current employment contract and the length of the duty day, we feel that there are limitations that we would like to explore being able to get some greater latitude in the conversation with innovation, but it was not a commentary to suggest that teachers are not committed to their students, and most certainly is not a commentary about.
And I wasn't saying that at all, other than.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I hope you can appreciate that.
A union will come in and say, did you know that, you have 30 minutes for lunch or whatever it is, and it should be honored, or you started this and such. But, I know a lot of teachers who want to come in, during the weekends, and want to come in during the evenings, and don't want to drag, boxes and boxes home, but would like to come in and work in the classroom. So
and I'll let Dr. Cabrera respond specific to that.
Right.
Thank you.
So I'm hoping that you are give teachers kind of that ability to own, their classrooms, their schools, their tools.
Absolutely. I'd say everything you described in terms of dedicated teachers
Exactly.
exists. My observation across the district, but certainly at Central. So that's not the limitation. As Dr. Blue alluded to, the contract has some prescription around what constitutes the school day. And
Right.
what can be asked in terms of teachers, in terms of coming together as a collective group, such as meetings,
Right.
staff meetings and this type of thing. There are actually no staff meetings at Central Elementary School, because that time has been now moved around in order so we can just have PLC meetings, so they can come together as grade level teams, or data meetings in terms of taking a look at progress monitoring.
Right.
So there's been a give and take. They do have access to the school. I mean, I've gone there at 7:30, and certainly there's plenty of teachers who beat me to the school, and school day doesn't actually start till, 8:30. So I have a great appreciation for all of that. It's really to effectively, in an organized fashion, to have some license for teachers to work together.
Right.
Any other questions before we move on to high school? Proceed, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I will now turn the podium over to Mr. Ron Peterson, our MGT turnaround specialist for Adams City High School.
Can I ask Mr. Peterson to tell us your background, because we all know several of you.
I would be happy to.
Here, how about if I give you the mic?
That would help. First of all, my name is Ron Peterson.
One of the Rons.
One of the Rons, the Ron P, and we have the Ron C, so, and we have Don, so. Anyways, my background has been in high school education here in Colorado for approximately 38 years. Started out as a teacher, elementary, middle, high school dean of student, coach of multiple sports, high school principal for 13 years, in a district down south. Came to another district and was the executive director of high schools, oversaw 7 high schools, 2 alternative schools, and had the enjoyment of working with this gentleman next to me for 4 years.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. So,
You have the fortune of not coming before us.
I have. I said this is the first time, so I feel very welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to share this presentation regarding Adams City High School. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the foundational work that has occurred previously by the Adams City High School staff. I began gathering transformational data beginning July 1st. This first slide, the portion of this slide that you've seen previously is specific to Adams City High School, reflecting the present state, indicating priority improvement. Ultimately, this is Adams City High School's report card and is how MGT success will be monitored. MGT success will turn around expectations, as well as the identified next steps that you'll see here in a little while, will be the frameworks from which we will work. Our MGT goal and working partnerships with the entire school district, Adams City High School, Adams City Central Office, all of our elementary schools, middle schools, is moving towards improvement together. The perception throughout the district currently does not indicate a common vision, in my opinion, to accomplish that achievement. From my initial findings, when I began on June 10th with Adams City High School principals Gabriella Maldonado and Veronica Jeffers, the conversation has been and continues to be on student learning and teacher instruction. In partnership, Adams City High School and MGT share a belief that we together will move from this point on. What I found very quickly, there was a lot of history. If the history is needed for the benefit of school safety or student learning, I wanted to know about it. If it wasn't, we needed to move on from that point and move forward. Do not look in the rearview mirror, but move forward. Data provided from the assessment office indicated poor attendance is having a direct correlation with students falling behind in credits, thus falling behind towards graduation requirements. One of my first observations during summer was having a summer school program that was in June and July occurring at the high school, involving 236 students a venue to receive credit retrieval as well as course completion. During my initial meetings with building leadership and district personnel, it became apparent that there was a disconnect between the two, specifically with the alignment of systems and processes that supported one another. Some areas that were immediately identified was school safety, professional development, instruction and curriculum. Throughout these findings, these disconnects is causing a friction that is unhealthy and non-productive to the effectiveness of student learning. Implemented immediately were intervention meetings in order to develop plans for alignment. Whether the systems being discussed were regarding professional development, hiring practices, special needs for students, staff retention, school safety, career and technical education, etc. We are all in this together. During this very brief time, there was 11 meetings that occurred between district personnel and Adams City High School staff. Again, the point, getting everyone at the room at the same time. Addressing poor attendance and students failing course surfaced immediately as a top priority. As I mentioned before, the first Adams City High School Freshman Academy was initiated on August 9th. The purpose was to create that sense of belonging for the freshmen that communicated academic successful students' expectations. That message was delivered by our upper class leadership groups, modeling what it meant to be a proud eagle at Adams City High School. Again, the details were practiced numerous times. I'd mentioned this previously, all Adams City High School teachers were in attendance with the scripted out communication to students. We are here to support you. We want you to learn. We want you in class. On the first day of this school year, the hallways were clear and students were in class. The accommodating registration system met the community's needs with 5 dates at various times, including evenings. Saturday, having English language learner assistants, up to 13 people in the cafeteria area to help families. And one of the most important was having the ability to foresee confusion of new students arriving on the same day. The staff did an outstanding job of directing those students so they felt wanted and needed and a place to go by having different colored schedules where they could meet, so it did not disrupt the opening of the school day. Professional development is another area identified as critical. Academic growth and academic achievement must be meaningful and aligned to standards, with instruction at grade level. This is an area we are presently developing an implementation plan with central office. There's much work to be done regarding curriculum and instruction, curriculum alignment, consistency and delivery of content, professional development, retention of instructional coaches are the few of the areas where cooperation between Adams City High School and central office will be extremely important. The branding, redesigning, and marketing of Adams City High School is an area with significant importance. An area of concern is enrollment decreasing. With this in mind, Adams City School District 14 is now a career and technical education coordinator. His job is to address the needs supported by the community business, career trends, utilizing job analysis, utilizing Adams City School District's foundation director. Ultimately, we want to know what our end product looks like. And that end product is creating an opportunity for each and every student to have a career pathway upon graduation. Just before I came to this meeting today, I was in the CTE meeting where our present programs, 100%, according to Mr. Dren, our CTE director, now have certificates tied to them. That is a major accomplishment. And most of all, engage the Commerce City community. Another area that we've had conversation about is reflect on the positive. A recommendation is involve the district communications office to develop a plan with input and engagement from all stakeholders. We need to take the time to celebrate the Adams City High School successes along the way, such as the ROTC program, having been in the building for 50 years. Students in class, having our homecoming, where the high school students for the first time are actually going to go out into the elementary schools and middle schools. Building that sense of we are in this K-12 together. Another celebration that we had, the hallways were full of people, was the open house. Having people come in there, getting our community in there, getting feedback about what programs they want was huge, and it was wonderful to see. With that, Dr. Bull, you have the final slide.
So again, consistency with the slide here, our focus on effective instruction. Mr. Peterson provided great commentary on that. At the high school level, as all of you are aware, the focus on climate and culture is of significance, and in particular, great pride in being an Adams City High School Eagle. And I believe that that work is well underway. We have established turnaround targets to improve our PSAT and SAT performance. We are also focusing, as Mr. Peterson said, on our freshman pass rate and our freshman success rate in the classroom. We believe if we can keep freshmen on track, moving towards graduation, the greater the chances of them getting to graduation and graduation on time. Again, we'll continue with our focus on accountability. We will continue to work on our talent development. And then our recommendation again, and I know this is lengthy, but I want to make sure that I give this to you to capture our focus on what we believe is the work moving forward. Our recommendation is to continue with the management of Adams City High School by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds. With the strong support by Adams 14 Schools Succeeds, paired with the University of Virginia Partnerships for Leaders in Education, and coupled with the input from the students, the parents, the community, teachers, staff, leadership, the Adams 14 Board of Education, and our community partners to move forward with a transparent and robust review to make recommendations for the reorganization of the high school. The goal is to create pathways and to expand meaningful opportunities to meet the needs of the diverse learners at Adams City High School. Specifically, to develop pathways, all which result in the attainment of a diploma or equivalent. To support students in the transition from middle school to high school by maintaining the newly developed freshman academy and a focus on freshman student success. To develop pathways for college preparation resulting in diploma and admission to either a college or a university. To develop career and technical education pathways that result in diploma and industry credentialing. To expand concurrent enrollment opportunities both on the campus of Adams City High School and with our higher education partners. To develop a robust credit retrieval program providing for re-engagement of the students in their identified pathway. To implement at Adams City High School a quality completion program for students who are overaged and under credit, and to expand the opportunities for the students at the Adams City High School to attend Lester Arnold High School, which is Adams 14 Alternative Education Campus. Again, we believe with these considerations it positions us well to support the movement of Adams 14 to a performance level high school. And in summary and to close, we must reestablish trust at all levels, both inside and outside of the organization. We need to put systems in place that support learning. We need to increase the capacity of both the organization and the people. In particular, it is critical for sustainability of this work. We need to align curriculum and provide robust professional development to support the implementation of that curriculum. We must teach to state standards, and we must teach at grade level. And we must progress monitor and have a willingness to make corrections when data suggests that those corrections need to be made. Said differently, learning must be the priority. Learning for all of the children in the Adams 14 School District. Adams 14 Schools Succeed is working to improve learning for all students and to change the narrative for the Adams 14 School District. Early on in our work, there are indicators of progress at the Board of Education level and at the school level and within the community. I'm excited to share with you that at our very first board meeting this year, representatives from the Commerce City Historical Society came and during public comment shared their support for the work that we are doing in Adams 14 and committed to re-engage in support of the Adams 14 School District. There is still significant work to do, but there are indicators of movement and a strong desire amongst the community, the entire Commerce City community and the Adams 14 community to engage in this work. And again, I share with you my excitement, the belief that soon, within 2 to 3 weeks, we will deliver a plan, a comprehensive plan for English language learners in the Adams 14 School District to the Office of Civil Rights, seeking their approval of the plan. The work has begun, and I am encouraged. We've only been there a brief time, but I think that there is movement, and it is good movement, and I ask for your continued support in our work. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Questions, comments? Okay, I'll start. Who's got that? I'm very excited to hear the work you've been doing and your plans. They won't all go smoothly, but I have one question. One of the things we didn't hear about today were your financial concerns. To what extent are your plans supported by your resources?
So currently the resources in the district, I think, provide for that support. The challenge going forward is twofold. We need to determine what our enrollment will be, to determine our funding. That'll be with the October count, as all of you are aware. By that time, we will have a new chief financial officer on board, someone who brings years of experience from another very similar district, and that will prove to be very, very helpful. And as we, let me back up, and recognizing that this year, from the projected enrollment to the budgeted enrollment, there was anticipation of a decline in enrollment. Said differently, where I think we will land in terms of student enrollment will have less of an impact because of good planning from last year had that planning not occurred. That's significant. That's significant going forward. And then, as Mr. Rangel said, one of the things that we're going to do as we start to build the budget for next year is to build a realistic budget based both on projected student enrollment, but we are going to have to give consideration to the reprioritization of funding based on need. And that's going to be a very interesting conversation in Adams 14 because it's arguable that all settings have a great need, and I would never suggest to you otherwise. But even in the context of great need, there are still some who have greater need than others. And we need to reflect that in our budget to make sure that we're providing support for schools that need the greatest support. And as I said, we will have a new chief financial officer on board prior to that. And again, I'm excited to share that we were able to find somebody who according to the reference check that I made, has incredible knowledge in school finance in Colorado, has very strong experience, and has years and years of experience in a similar district. We were blessed to have this person in the candidate pool.
That should be helpful. So I'm now really pleased that we ask you to come back quarterly. It seemed initially like we shouldn't do that, but I'm pleased to hear from you. I'd like to identify some areas that I would appreciate that you would keep track of, and when you can report out that you're tracking it. One of them is student attendance, but not just the two schools. I'm interested in the schools that are thriving as well.
Yes.
But just sort of keeping track and just maybe giving us some of that information, especially if there's a change. I'm interested in knowing about discipline issues and suspensions. I'd also like to know what the district policy is, if there is one. Some examples of parent and community input, participation, etc. It's been a huge issue. I'm someone who needs examples, so I'd be grateful for some examples and the growth in that area. As I said previously, staff turnover, I think, is a concern. I don't know that you're going to be able to measure that until you get to this point next year, but at least I hope you can't measure that until you get to this point next year. I wouldn't want this to happen to you before then. Then any achievement, your progress monitoring, any of that kind of data. And then along with the community input, what are the outreach efforts that you've got undertaken at the high school level, but actually at every level? I'm aware that it's not always an easy thing to do to bring in your community. These are hardworking folks. How do we make that work in order to build that trust that you have? So those are just a couple things that are on my mind that I'd like you to be keeping track of as you're going forward and reporting to us.
Good.
But I'm also very optimistic.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and as we're developing our dashboard for that reporting purpose, several of those pieces are already on our dashboard: student attendance, discipline. We will get you a copy of the district's policy with regards to suspension. We are planning, in fact, had a conversation last night, as we believe we will very soon provide the ELL plan for the district to engage in tentatively. We're still designing this as we go for parent meetings, for outreach, 2 in the morning, 2 in the evening, provide food, and do it both on the north and the south side of the district, so that we can present to the parent community the plan for our English language learners. If it would be helpful, while it's not going to be actual staff turnover until, as you say, to this point next year, as Mr. Cabrera pointed out, and especially it's easy at the elementary schools to be able to say the year before we had this number of turnover of teachers this year. If that would be helpful in the short term, we most certainly can.
I think it's something that's been monitored for some time for Adams 14, so
good.
In order to continue to build hope and trust.
Yes, yes, and so thank you for that. I appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah. When you think about and then I'll shut up. And when you think about the reconfiguration of the high school, are you thinking about this, some changes next year, some changes, or do you have a real broad-based plan to bring folks together to address it in the current school year?
I think that there'll be some things that we will be able to address in the current year. As Mr. Peterson said, we were able to, with the existing career and technical education pathways at the school, secure industry credentialing so that every single one of them has that. That was not the case at the start of this year. I believe that we will have in place the credit retrieval opportunity and completion program. Those things should be in place by semester. I'm careful in committing to a specific date, but so many of those pieces, the development of the pathways, the expansion of the pathways, the partnerships with the pathways.
Well, you sort of talked about reconfiguration, so I got a sense for this would look very different in the future?
Yes, and I think some of that will look different this year. Our goal is to have much of that we spoke of be in place for the start of next year.
Great, thank you. Colleagues?
Okay.
Questions, comments? Board
Yeah.
Member Flores.
I'm concerned about, I know you mentioned a lot of very important issues and areas that need to be in place. I was concerned about the economics of the monies in the district. Dr. Bull, I'm sure you, having been a superintendent, you can look at the books and kind of make an assessment of where you are and where you're going. I know you're bringing in somebody who is a technician in this area, but how would you see the records just as they are presently in going forward this year?
We had a review from an individual from MGT at the corporate level to
Right.
come in and look at the existing books.
Uh-huh.
I have no concerns based on that independent review. There were some suggestions for efficiencies.
Right.
But with regards to the accounting, I applaud the finance and accounting staff that currently exists inside
Good.
of Adams 14. Personally, I believe that that is a real strength of central office in the district.
Right, and that's good to hear. I know that these are schools that are in need and will have to climb higher fast. What about libraries in schools and librarians? I think those are so important that you don't have somebody just in the library checking out books, but you have a professional in there that in each of these schools, because that's so important. And I guess I'm talking about resources that, you have the arts in there, music, the plastic and performing arts and all those things that kids come to school every day for. They're at the end of school and they stay till the end of school because, there's choir, there's band, there's orchestra and such at the end that'll keep them there. Workshop even, auto mechanics or whatever, counselors. And that, you plan for all this because I think that is so important. And training teachers in how to do their own assessments and not just wait till the end of the year or till that test comes, but training teachers to kind of be able to, and you said it, you said backwards design or backwards, you're planning for the curriculum going forward and that it gets done by the end of the year. So these other things, I hope that I'm just putting them out there because I know that you guys have control, but those are important issues that research shows really help students.
Absolutely, and I can assure you that both this year, we have things in place. Mr. Peterson celebrated some of that specific program at the high school. There are opportunities at both the middle and elementary.
Mhm.
And moving forward in terms of prioritization of resources, we're not going to lose sight of educating the whole child. We all know this, that one of the reasons that kids come to school is because of the fun things that happen at school. I would love to tell all of you that kids come to school because they want to learn, that they really are excited about mathematics. That's probably more me reflecting on my conversation with my 13-year-old daughter last night, and she's not enthused with mathematics whatsoever. But having said that, there are a lot of reasons that children do come to school,
Exactly.
and some of that has to be in what I will always refer to as the co-curricular programming. I will never refer to it as the extra-curricular programming. It's co-curricular.
Yeah, thank
So
you.
thank you, I appreciate that.
And what was that? That was another issue.
So Dr. Sheffield
But
asked the question.
thank you.
Well, I was just going to say thank you for the focus on instructional excellence, on collaboration, on ensuring that people are heard, and on the operational efficiencies. I think you have some great things in place, and we sure hope that it is very successful. Thanks for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Anything else? Board Member Durham?
Dr. Bullitt, are you, is there anything that, any assistance from the department that you might request or need? Are you applying for grants and getting the grants that you think you need and are helpful? Is there anything that the department can do to make this as seamless as possible in this transition, and particularly on the financial side?
Mr. Durham, thank you for that question. I will tell you that I'm very pleased with the support that we have from the commissioner and her staff. We have been made aware of grant opportunities, and we are pursuing them as quickly as they become available, crossing our fingers with regards to the approval of those. But at the same time, I want to be real careful that we're being strategic in our pursuit of those grants as well. As you heard earlier in the presentation, I think one of the things that has plagued Adams 14 is initiative overload, or in pursuit of opportunities for things that do not necessarily align with a consistent direction. And so while we are absolutely going to look at grant opportunities that present themselves, we will look at grant opportunities that present themselves in alignment with our work. I know that we will be looking at a BEST grant. Everybody here knows that new and shiny does make a difference in terms of attractiveness to a school district. We are in the process of building a new elementary school. Alsop Elementary will be replaced with a new building. It will be on the campus of the original high school site. There is additional land there that we would like to pursue BEST grant and consider strongly the possibility, obviously this is a board decision, the possibility of going to the voters for support in a bond so that we can continue to improve the facilities in the Adams 14 school district. And so much of that is in the works, but specific to your question, I need to say thank you to CDE for their work, and really appreciate the outreach that they've extended to us.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you so much to all of you. Best wishes, plugging along. Been
Thank
working
you.
hard. It's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
10-minute break, kids. 3:15. Administration of computer. Administration of the Computer Science Education Grant Program. Mr. Cobb. Happy to see you.
Good afternoon, happy to see you as well. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the board, before we get going, I want to make sure I can orient you to your materials. Inside your materials, you should have a memo indicating the information about this rulemaking hearing. In addition to that, you should also have a copy of the PowerPoint, a copy of the rules. You should also have a copy of a document that looks like this, which is a crosswalk of rule to statute. And then you should have a public comment information as well as a letter from the Colorado Association of School Boards, all accompanying your packet. This afternoon I am here because of a rulemaking hearing for the Computer Science in Education Grant Program. This is a program that is different than the program that we've talked about quite a bit. This is House Bill 19-1277, and this is created for computer science courses. It's a computer science grant program to provide funds to public schools, school districts to increase the enrollment of traditionally underrepresented students in computer science. And funding for this grant program will go for 3 years, but it won't begin until the 2020-2021 school year, and then it will conclude at the end of the 22-23 school year. Because this is new legislation, it would require and necessitate a rulemaking process. In July, the rules for this particular grant program were noticed. And last month we had an information item to talk to you about the rulemaking hearing, and I'm here today for the rulemaking hearing. In the event that an additional rulemaking hearing is necessary, there will be time reserved during the October meeting. As I mentioned, in terms of the feedback received, we did receive some public comment from the Colorado Association of School Boards. This was contained in a letter that included multiple error options, so it wasn't just exclusive and specific to the Colorado's to this particular computer science grant program. However, in looking at that, the feedback that they provided, we did provide a written comment with the inclusion of this information in the red line. So. With that, Madam Chair, that concludes my portion of the presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you to see if you have any questions.
Thank you. Before we have questions, is there anyone here to testify? Going, gone? Great. Before we start asking questions, could I have a motion, please? Mr. Durham?
Thank you. I move to approve the rules for the administration of the Computer Science Education Grant Program.
It's a proper motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Comments, questions?
How much
Colleagues?
is the grant?
That is a good question. Not finding that in my notes. Dr. Colesman?
Thank you. And it doesn't start, so it's not in this fiscal year, so the
Correct.
appropriation will be in the next fiscal year.
Correct.
Money's available. Thank you.
Board Member Rankin?
Mr. Cobb, is this, I know this is a different grant than the other one we did, but basically they were the same in that they were doing computer education in the schools. This is just an emphasis in the underserved schools, is that correct?
Madam Chair, this is different in the sense that this particular program is, the other program that we spoke about over the past couple of years is really focused on professional development for teachers in computer science education specifically. This program, however, is focused on trying to provide funds and opportunities actually for the incorporation of that, of those teachings into classes. So in the event that you want to offer courses or, after school activities or any of those types of things, that's what the intent of this is, to really be able to provide an opportunity for not just for teachers to be trained, but rather for there be funds for computer science to actually be delivered.
So the teachers are already trained, they would be the ones applying for this grant, or Or maybe teachers that are already trained in the classrooms would apply for this grant?
Well, the district would be the one that would apply for the grant, or the local education provider, rather. But in this particular case, one would assume that you would need someone who would have some training in computer science in order to be able to provide that. We won't know really until the grant application process actually gets underway for this to really be able to understand whether or not there were applicants who were a part of the teacher professional development program for computer science education. However, once we do get that information, we would be able to put it together.
Yeah, I would like to see that linked to this grant when you come back and maybe report on the grant. Also, how many students are affected by this? Because it's one thing to ask how many kids want to take a course in computer science. It's another when you're in areas of challenge and how many students might be interested. But those would be interesting numbers that I would hope after the end of the first, second, third year, we just get a little feedback on that because it's so important for the kids these
Correct.
days. Thank you.
Any other comments? I'm gonna call the roll, please.
Board Member Durham,
Yes.
Board Member Flores,
Yes.
Board Member Goff,
Yes.
Board Member McClellan,
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next item on is a rulemaking hearing for the rules for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program. A hearing to promulgate these rules was made through publication of a public notice in July to the Colorado Register. State Board is authorized to promulgate these rules pursuant to 22-2-1071C CRS. Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I'll just invite Dr. Colsman to join Dr. Cobb, and they can continue on. See how efficient we've gotten with the agendas?
Yeah, except I forgot to read it last time.
That's okay. But you were even more efficient.
I was
by
even more
passing it
efficient.
on to me, which is fine.
Thank you, Commissioner Anthus. Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, we'll orientate you again, if I can get my words out. Again, to the materials, once again, you should have a copy of the memo, as well as a copy of the PowerPoint, a copy of the rules, as well as public comment. In this, you'll also have the same letter from the Colorado Association of School Boards that you had in the prior packet, as well as a crosswalk of rule to statute as well. So I want to make sure that you have all of those materials and as we begin to move forward. So the purpose of us being here for this presentation is for the rulemaking for the Early Literacy Grant Program. As you recall, the Early Literacy Grant Program was authorized under the Colorado READ Act, and it is a grant program that is designed to help support universal, targeted, and intensive instructional interventions to assist students in achieving reading competency. And this program has been around since 2013-14, and there have been 4 cohorts who have gone through and participated in the program. Originally, the program had $4 million in grant funds. However, the last 2 legislative sessions, there were some changes. In the 2018 session, the program increased by $1 million, and this 2019 session, due to changes in Senate Bill 19-199, there was an increase in funds from there. So in total now, the Early Literacy Grant Program allows for $7.5 million in funding to be able to be supportive of it. The Senate Bill 19-199 brought about a number of changes to not only just the READ Act, but also to the Early Literacy Grant Program. You'll see on this slide there are a number of pieces that are associated with it. One area that a couple of areas that I will point out specifically has to do with the requirement of the recipients to be a part of the independent evaluation process that will move towards really beginning to do a deep study in terms of the implementation of not only the Early Literacy Grant, but the READ Act itself. And one provision in that is that it requires or allows the state board to extend a grant term. And increased funding is needed for those schools who have determined to make significant academic progress as a result of their use of the early literacy grant funds. So with these changes, they're in statute, rather, once again, it required a change to the rules. This rulemaking process followed a similar rulemaking process as the last, with the notice of rulemaking occurring in July. We were here last month to talk to you about an information item regarding the rulemaking process, and the rulemaking hearing is today, and there can be time reserved in October if needed. In your packet, as I mentioned before, there was information about public comment, and that public comment was provided by the Colorado Association of School Boards, and you'll notice in the document that is provided that CDE staff was in agreement with some of the comments that were made by the Colorado Association of School Boards. So with that, Madam Chair, we'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to testify on this topic? Going, gone? All right, may I have a motion, please, before we start discussion?
I move to approve the rules for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program.
Thank you. It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Comments, questions? Board Member Shepherd.
I worked with Associate Commissioner Colesman on just a couple suggestions to strengthen the rules just a little bit around the issue of embedded coaching and also use of technology linked to progress monitoring data. So I'm not sure when to introduce those motions, but I think the rules look great. I think they can really help these funds be effective. And I just have two motions that I think strengthens the language a bit in those two areas.
Go for it.
Shall I read them now?
I think so.
I move to amend the proposed rules for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program by adding the following language to 2.28B3 and 5.2B3. Quote, who are trained in the science of reading and in teaching the foundational reading skills of phonemic awareness, phonics, vocabulary development, reading fluency, including oral skills and reading comprehension, to provide educator professional development in teaching foundational reading skills. Preference will be given to grant applicants who propose to implement an embedded instructional coaching model to enhance teacher effectiveness in teaching foundational reading skills.
Second.
First motion.
Second.
All right. Any concerns or objections to that? I took two, don't.
Sorry.
Just a
Sure.
question. Dr. Sheffield, thank you for that amendment. I'm just wondering if you could give us maybe a little more of a picture of what that embedded coaching model would mean, just so I can understand it.
Yeah, so it just, in my experience, it just seems like that's the best leverage point for change. It's at a very grassroots instructional level, and it just means that teachers are receiving professional development not just by coming into a room and learning more knowledge, although that's helpful, but they're actually someone coming alongside of the teacher in the classroom saying, have you thought about doing it this way? Could I model this for you? Could I give you a comment on how this might be more effective with students who are English language learners? Yeah. Embedded meaning they're in the classroom, they're not speaking from a podium somewhere. They're in the classroom being partnered with the teacher. And if teachers are open to it, which many of them are, if there's a good relationship, it's the very best way to get instructional changes in the grassroots level,
Okay.
in my experience.
Should we be concerned about cost in the event that this requires another staff member, or is this something that would be done maybe just periodically, or would it be done by CDE staff periodically? I'm just trying to make sure we don't create an unintended consequence. Not that I'm not supportive. I like that this might be of benefit, particularly to students with dyslexia who might benefit hugely from this. So maybe just a little more of a picture of what that might mean, just so I can know that we haven't created a burden. Sure.
Yeah, so thank you for that question, Board Member McClellan. So these grant funds can already be used for a literacy coach.
Okay.
And so what I think that Dr. Shuffle, she brought this forward in our presentation in August around how can we strengthen that. So basically what we're doing is providing some options for the board to consider about not just saying coaching, but how do we make sure that that coaching is used in the way that research say will get the best outcomes.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Board Member Flores.
Does that mean that some schools don't get coaching? Because I remember that just years ago, there were monies made available to schools specifically for coaches. So did they spend it in other ways, or did that money stay there, or did that READ Act take the money away?
Dr. Flores, the opportunity to have a reading coach has been a part of the Early Literacy Grant Program for quite some time. It is a process where there are staff working within the school districts who are able to provide that support in terms of the use of funds, as well as staff within the Colorado Department of Education who are also supportive of those particular school districts. So that opportunity, this isn't different or new in that respect. It is very much a part of what we've seen in the past, and is from everything that we've seen has proven to be a solid educational practice in order to be able to provide a positive experience, coaching experience to a teacher that is separate and apart from the evaluation process that we would typically see with teachers. One of the benefits.
No, I'm not arguing against the coaches. I'm arguing about the monies. Aren't the monies already there for schools to have them? And
If they have the grant.
if they have a grant, no, but I thought that all schools back in the 90s, I think that the legislature made reading coaches available to most schools.
Small schools don't have reading coaches, do they?
So districts from their general fund can provide funding for coaches as part of their professional development that they provide to teachers. Some of the grant programs that CDE has had in the past, like Read to Achieve, I believe would allow for reading coaches. I'll look to Dr. Shuffle because she was involved with that. The Reading First, which was a U.S. Department of Education grant program, also allowed for reading coaches. So there have been a number of grant programs that have done this.
Yeah. So this is just for the 20 schools that were just built and created and don't have a coach, or?
So this would help provide funding to schools that apply for the Early Literacy Grant Program. It'll allow them to free up any, if they're using general funds for reading coaches, this will allow them to use these funds for those reading coaches.
Very good.
And then the language that Dr. Shuffle is providing would kind of ensure that those funds are used well.
Yeah.
And it kind of specifies the training of the coach.
Sure.
It's easy sometimes for schools to just reassign a teacher to be a coach, which is nice.
Yep, exactly.
This specifies this is what they need to be trained in.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Board Member Rankin?
Board Member Shuffle, are you defining what a reading coach is? A reading coach, could they be a teacher already at that school? Or is it somebody from the outside? And it's not a reading specialist. I find some confusion when I've gone out into the district of teachers saying, well, we have a reading specialist, so we don't need to know those 5 pillars. And I think your coaching is not that situation at all, but is it defined?
So I think a reading specialist can sometimes not be trained in this way, or they might be. So it really this specifies what are they trained in and how can they support teachers in the classroom. They might be or may not be a reading specialist.
Dr. Shuffle?
Yes.
Oh, do we have to vote on this one? Yep, okay.
You vote on the amendments and then on the motion. The main motion.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
It passes 7-0.
Thank you, Dr. Sheffield.
Okay, and then my second motion just links the technology to the progress monitoring. Technology in itself is great, but it may or may not translate into practices that would support literacy. So I move to amend the proposed rules for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program by adding the following language to 2.2B5 and 5.2B5, quote, and how the grantee will regularly use progress monitoring data to inform instructional decision-making. And it's just that instruction changes a lot throughout the course of a year, and if you have great progress monitoring data every couple of weeks if needed in these areas, you really can adjust instruction in a very targeted way to make a difference.
Second.
Second, thank you. Comments, questions?
Can I have a second to look at 2.2B?
Sure.
5, I just haven't looked at it in that context, and I'm not sure I comprehend it without the rest of it.
It is on page.
I'm looking at the red line version. It doesn't have a page number, but
Oh, yeah, you're right, it doesn't.
I agree.
E5.
Yeah, just continues on with that sentence that was added.
And even teaching us,
We need pages.
teachers how to do programs.
can I just ask for a clarification?
She wants to,
Madam Chair, may I ask for a
Please.
clarification? So Dr. Sheffield, was it your intent that the applications spell out how the grantee will use this progress monitoring data to be added to that section that says the degree to which the instructional program incorporates the effective use of technology, blah, blah, blah? Did I
Yeah.
understand that?
Right.
Okay. In other words, tell us how you're gonna use the data.
Right.
Okay. And then I didn't
Just
read
so
the
many
other one.
examples of where data's there, but it sits there.
Yeah.
Trying to link it to instruction.
And then I didn't look at the second one in context yet, I apologize. It'll take me just a moment.
it's already being done, but that spells it out very well.
Good to go? Call the roll, please.
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McCullough.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Sheppel.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
And Madam Chair, just to be clear, I'm just gonna ask, did we need to deal with the proposed change from the feedback that we received, Dr. Colsman?
So in, what you'll notice in our response to the letter from CASB is that we agreed with one of their recommendations, and that's on page 2, and there is a page number on that, so feeling pretty glib about that. But they recommended a change, and we agreed with that. So we did not make that change in the draft rules because that was our agreement with their suggestion. We thought that you would want to make that determination about whether or not to accept that. So I believe in your script there was a motion of whether or not you as a board would like to consider that addition.
Perhaps I missed that.
Part of that was, they noticed that there was a misalignment with the statute and that we had missed a piece, and so that's why we're asking for that particular addition in the red line version.
Excuse me. Yeah, Dr. Colsman. So there were 2 suggestions made by CASB, one of which you agreed with, and that's in this motion here.
Correct.
So the motion to amend the proposed rules by accepting the staff recommendations to 7.1. Can you tell me very quickly what, do you have the language of that someplace?
So our recommendation would be that, that on page 2 for section 7.1A through 7.1C, that we would propose that you accept that change that we have in that section.
So it's incorporated in the red line, but it wasn't in the earlier version,
Ri-
or what
so-
we voted on in the proposed rulemaking. So,
Right, so I'll say it in a different way because I think I might have confused you and me. So, so the version of the rules, the draft rules that you have are no different from what was proposed in July and presented to you in
Mhm.
August.
is that true of the red line?
This red line version is the same as what was noticed and what you've
In
received.
July.
Right.
Okay.
CASB has noticed that we had omitted a piece,
Okay.
and we're recommending that that you follow their suggestion to add that. So in essence, what you'll see on page 2 is a replacement version for section 7.1A through C.
So I'll read it then. It's if the local education provider purchased instructional programming and reading using grant money, the scores attained by students enrolled in kindergarten through 3rd grade on the interim reading assessments administered pursuant to section 22-7-102-1205 Colorado Revised Statutes.
That's correct.
All right, Madam Chair, I'll move that we amend the proposed rule for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program by accepting the staff recommendation as to 7.01 as I just read.
7.1.
So you're replacing your original motion?
No, I'm just making another amendment in addition to Dr. Sheffel's, and then when we get back to the original
And then
motion,
we-
I'll say as amended.
Okay. Somebody want a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready?
Board Member Durham.
Oh, wait,
Yeah.
sorry. Board Member Rankin.
I don't have a question on what the second amendment that Dr. Sheffel made, but I have a question on the whole document. Is that what we're approving right now?
No,
Right now
no, we're doing this last
we're doing the
amendment.
Oh,
CASB
okay,
amendment.
okay. I'm sorry. Yep, go ahead.
Ms. Miranda, go ahead.
Sorry. Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Madam Chair, I renew my motion for the approval of the rules for the administration of the Early Literacy Grant Program as amended by the board.
Thank you. It's a proper motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Board Member Rankin, now do you have another question?
I do. Is this the time to ask it? Okay. I'm looking at 5.2C, and I can't tell you what page it is because there's no page number. But it says identification of the professional development program, and what's crossed out is aligned to the READ Act. I don't understand why that is crossed out, that are evidence-based or scientifically based, and the applicant's plan to implement for educators to assist students in K-3 to achieve reading competency. My question is, why is it not specifically to the READ Act, unless there's an objection to something in there, and I'd like to know what it is. And then the other question is, will CDE have a list of these approved ways professional development can be delivered?
So, thank you, Board Member Rankin. I believe the reason for that change was because it's more precise to indicate that they would be evidence-based and or scientifically based professional development. Just saying the READ Act is really broad, and I think we've received questions from districts about, well, what do you mean aligned to the READ Act? What about the READ Act? So we wanted to specify that the READ Act places a strong emphasis on evidence base.
It
So-
specifically says
Right.
evidence-based, but I can see people saying, well, this is research, scientific, that, I mean, evidence is what The READ Act says specifically. And I feel that it was extremely specific, and why scientifically based is added in there. I think it might allow people to define that differently. And if
How?
it said evidence-based and scientifically based, I'd be in agreement with that. It's the evidence-based that has been proven and has outcomes, and scientifically based sometimes is like research. Let's try it and see if it works. This bill is very specific for that kind of money.
So thank you. That's a good feedback. And evidence-based and scientifically based are defined in the rules, and it's taken from the READ Act as well here. So I think that helps, but that's certainly something. I mean, I
It's
hear kind
stronger.
of two things. One is to change it from you don't want it to be either, or you want it to be.
And would be fine with me,
Okay.
or
So you-
just evidence-based would be fine with me, but
But the other, I think, makes it harder, like in hard science, evidence.
Board Member Sheffield?
So, there's kind of a big history to these words, as you know. And I think if you say, and, it really is hard for districts to find both of those, because if you look at a strict definition of scientifically based, it can be, randomized design, huge sample sizes, and not every program has that kind of huge research behind it. Evidence-based is designed to say, there's evidence behind the fact that it works, but it might not have a sample size of 500 to show that. So I think you do want evidence-based or scientifically based. Some of those Institute for Education Science, large studies, they will list,
Medicine.
some of those programs that have that kind of research behind them, but usually it's only the government can really do those studies. So I don't think you want, I think you want or, in my opinion.
Or?
Isn't that what it says
You
now?
know that
Yes.
some
I
researchers,
think you want or.
you're right, I mean, the monies to do that kind of work, to do a meta-analysis, that's expensive,
Right.
but it's done. And
But not
usually if
always.
it needs
It's-
done,
The point is, it's not always done.
Well, and there's
so-
a lot of programs that don't even, in other words, there's some areas in which there really are no scientifically based studies, just because there's not the funding to do the work. So,
Well,
are
but-
there
but
really
then-
enough programs to
but
choose
then
from
it-
in fluency with huge studies and sample sizes?
Okay.
Not necessarily.
Board Member, Reagan?
I think it should be both. Scientifically based, I mean, the American Educational Research Association even says but more research needs to be done in this area. And even after, there's 25 studies or so.
May I give an
So-
example, Madam Chair?
But scientific,
Sorry.
Can I give an example?
Yes, please.
So let's say a school district wants to use Journeys as a comprehensive literacy program. Is there a scientifically based research study showing that it is effective with fifth graders? And the answer is no, but it includes all 5 components of reading. In other words, there's a lot of things that districts want to use.
This is
because they
professional
align-
development only.
Right, but they are choosing something to work with teachers with. So in other words, you can go into a room where a district has purchased a program and they have Journeys or some other program open, and they're going through the various units, looking at whether or not phonics is represented well enough in 3rd grade or fluency or whatever. And they might not be able to do that in professional development if the language is, as you say, scientifically based. There's probably no study on Journeys that would be robust enough that you could call it that.
Board Member Rankin, are you okay?
No, I'm not
No.
okay.
Okay.
I don't have the bill
I
in
think
front
you
of me
go- I
right
think you
now.
go to-
Does it say scientifically based in the bill? The thing that I hear loud and clear in that bill is evidence-based.
I think some of you guys go to pseudoscience conferences, or and you don't go to scientific associations and such.
So, Madam Chair, actually, if you look at your crosswalk documents for the actual grant to statute to rule. Okay, actually, I'm looking. That's where since we don't have a copy of the whole the whole
On
bill in
page,
front
this
of
one
you.
has page numbers, so give us the
It
page.
does have page numbers.
My friend.
If you look on page 7,
7.
and this, it relates to the professional development grants. So the right-hand column on page 7 is from statute. And you'll see section 1, actually it's section 3B. Award up to 15% to fund professional development initiatives for local education providers that are already implementing evidence-based or scientifically based universal instruction. So there is kind of that "or" already included there in statute. That may be something that we can work on in terms of some applications that we are, you know.
The ones you're choosing
Right,
would be
because we,
more.
right, because we
Yes.
do have approval process for professional development, and they need to choose from those that are already identified. So
Okay.
we can make sure that that is something that stands up to the intent of the READ Act.
Sure, and that makes sense, and I appreciate that. But the professional development, we don't know what that is yet, do we? I mean, like, whether it's a test or whether it's a course with a test at the end, or what it is?
Yeah, so you're, there is a new teacher training component in the READ Act. Those rules will be forthcoming, hopefully, we're planning on November for you. So that's separate from this. This is a
Yes.
grant program, so you are allowed to award up to 15% of all of the ELG grant funds
Mhm.
for professional development purposes.
Mhm.
So this is just specific to that. You haven't yet made rules for the general teacher training.
Okay, all right, that answers my question. And as long as it's specific to that law, I think that, I'll trust you on that one.
Thank
So
you.
we have a motion on the table.
We do.
Are we ready to vote? Ms. Miranda?
Board Member Durham.
Yes.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
So we kept
Yes.
it in.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Thank you. Next
I just
item on the
scientifically
agenda
worked
is
on
to
your
hold
plan.
afternoon public comment. My understanding is we don't have anybody. Like, we don't have any bodies out there but one. Hi.
Very, very orange and good looking.
Come talk to us.
So before we stand in adjournment until tomorrow, Commissioner has a comment to make, please.
Thank you. I meant to make this comment during my morning remarks, but this is an important day in the history of our country, September 11th, and so just wanted to make note that, you know, we still have that day in our minds, and the victims of that tragedy in our country, and so I know that we're all thinking about that, and wish everybody well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We're
you.
adjourned until tomorrow morning, 9 a.m.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kate.
Oh, my God. I didn't put